Greetings, people of Earth, those who have ears and eyes. Thank you for listening to this podcast. You intentionally clicked on it. So thank you so much for being here. Welcome to episode 10.
And if you unintentionally clicked, don't unclick. Stay.
Also, welcome. Yes. Welcome to the Mount Rushmore of podcast. This week we have a very special guest, another friend of ours from the military, of course, SORIAH Curtis.
Wow.
She said aloha, very fittingly. She was in our squadron with us, and then all the crapola happened, and she has moved on to much bigger, better things.
Warmer.
I would say warmer climates.
Warmer for sure.
I don't want to give it away. She said aloha, but we're gonna cover this in a little bit. So I'm sure you guys can guess where she is right now. But like I said, I have some questions for her. But yeah, we're super excited to have her on the podcast. Good friend of both of ours, and yeah, just a great human, and we thank her for her service.
Thank you guys for yours.
You're not welcome.
So this week, before I forget to mention the topics, we're going to get into some creative insults. Pretty excited about this one. Some stress management techniques. This is very important. And the one I've been most excited for since we said we were going to do this one is conspiracy theories, which I don't know about you guys, but I'm freaking pumped for that one. There's so many conspiracy theories. Like, I think the bread and butter of this podcast is going to be spent talking about those. SORIAH, do you have anything you would like to say to the fine people before we get into some fun facts?
No pressure.
I'm just excited to be here. I've listened to the last couple. I think I listened to 7 of the 9 episodes.
Wow,
that's pretty good.
You might be our most devout listener.
You might be our top fan.
It's between
it
you
helps
and
that
Chef.
I have quite the commute to and from work right now, so I've got lots of time on my hands.
Ooh.
Yeah.
How long is it taking you usually?
I leave my house at 5:30 most days, and I get into the parking lot at 6:30, and then I leave work at probably 2:15 and get home by 3:15. It just depends on if I get let out when I leave, or when I get in. If I get stuck with the shipyard traffic, then it's all bets off.
Oh, man.
And I'm just sitting there. So yeah, but I get all the extra time to listen to different Mount Rushmore episodes, so it's great.
Heck yeah. Well,
worth it.
We appreciate it, because there's lots of things you could be listening to on that drive, so we appreciate it. With that, I think we'll get into some fun facts. I can kick it off. My fun fact, as you guys have probably guessed by now, is that SORIAH lives on Oahu now. She's living the Hawaiian life. Very, very jealous. She's doing big things for the Air Force, working out there, keeping us safe, protecting us from the future type stuff. So, yeah. But she lives in Hawaii. So, SORIAH, would you like to elaborate on Hawaiian life? Because I'm very jealous.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely different in some ways and similar in some ways to coastal Oregon. So I live on North Shore in Wailua, which, for those who are unfamiliar, is kind of the country of Oahu. So it's not really like you're definitely not Honolulu, Eva area where it's like city, lots going on. It's pretty quiet, lots of chickens. It's a lot more consistent I say consistent schedule, then Marcus knows like we were pretty consistent at the 116th, but definitely no like long mission days. I get to work at the same time every day, and I leave pretty much the same time every day, unless someone has like a heart attack about something that doesn't warrant it.
Yeah,
So
never
yeah,
happen.
just staff shenanigans.
100%. So, you're working on Hickam, right?
Yeah, so I'm working at the
Okay,
PACAF
okay.
headquarters building. Yeah.
Right. Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's that. Yeah, you basically drive, the the length of the island north to south every day.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Is it at least a
But
pretty drive?
it is. Well, at least I think
Yeah.
so. So, definitely like in the country area with a few like ranches and stuff up in the north
Mhm.
until I hit H2, which I think H2 is actually really pretty. You've got like forest on both
Yeah.
sides, and then
Is
once you get to
that
H1,
is that the road we took when we did that hike in the hurricane? Did we take H2 to get to that hike? Or was that
yes, I think
H1?
so.
I can't
Well,
remember.
so we probably took H1, but when we went to Wheeler, when we
Yeah.
would go from Hick to Wheeler, that's H2.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, once you get up past Wheeler, it's pretty.
Yeah, exactly. And then
That's so
that's really
sick.
like my first 15 minutes of my drive, and yeah, not too bad.
Yeah.
Just kind of
Heck
living. It's
yeah.
much slower. Get sunshine every day
Oh,
for the most part, which is
yeah.
nice. Nice change from the coast of Oregon. So
I would
driving
say
there.
so.
I've gotten into running a lot more since getting here, mostly because my dog Basil, for those who don't know, is getting to the point where he's big enough he can start running with me. So we've been doing that a lot,
Heck yeah.
which honestly, I historically have not been a runner. I hate running, actually.
Yeah.
But
Same.
it's been pretty nice.
Sounds
Anywhere
like
between
sounds
like
like we're on the same arc.
yeah, it's forced running, and I can appreciate it. Marcus actually has given me a lot of pointers on how to make running more tolerable, primarily with breathing. We've got a lot of
Count-
conversations about that.
Counting steps, baby. Sounds like the most boring
Yeah.
thing in the
That's
world,
all
and
I
then
do when I run.
suddenly
Once I
it's
get to like 500 steps, I'm like, this is bullshit.
that's not what I meant.
Yeah, no, it's
You
like
just you just straight up count 1, 2,
Yeah.
3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
it's not like that.
What the hell's so
I mean,
funny about that?
Well, if that works, it's good
That's
for
how
you,
I used
buddy.
to run my PT test. 1,
How
2,
many
3, 4, 5,
steps
6,
did
7, 8, 9, 10. I've hit 500 before, and I've been like, "Fuck, guess I gotta start over."
I
1,
think I
2,
would fall
3,
asleep.
Yeah, I would die. I've actually found running with a dog is easier because I have to engage him, and so it's almost
Yeah, you're like
distracting.
focused on the dog more than you are on like how much you hate your life running.
Yeah, pretty much for the most part. Because I'm on a hill, and
Yeah.
then there's nothing I can do to
Well,
make
shit.
that.
That sounds awesome. I'm very, very, very jealous of your Hawaiian escapades, I guess. I'll call them escapades. It's your life. It's your life, but we'll for now we'll say that. But yeah, I'm super, super jealous. Yeah. And then my fun fact. Oh, go ahead, Marcus.
I've got questions. I have more.
Okay, go ahead.
We can do Hawaii questions, after fun facts. We can continue on this road so we can get this out of the way. So go ahead.
Okay. My fun fact about Marcus is that at one point, I don't know if he still is, but at one point, he was working on creating his own video game.
Oh,
I did not know that.
I pulled that one right out of the old, you know what.
Yeah.
But I was trying to think of fun facts, and I was like, wait a second. his video game.
Yeah, true.
What was it? Was it going to be like RPG or what?
Oh, it's so difficult to explain, and I still want to do it. It's just I think it would take the idea that I had. Would probably take a AAA studio like 5 to 10 years of professionals to do, and like hundreds of millions of dollars. So I need to minimize my scope on it a bit. But yeah, no, I was
That sounds like quite the undertaking.
I was fully invested in learning coding and all this stuff, specifically C++ and Unreal Engine. And that's the other thing. Unreal Engine isn't the right game engine for the game that I want to make. So I have to learn another game engine now instead. Or write my own, but I'm not skilled enough to do that. So it's been on a bit of a pause, you could say, while everything else in my life is changing. So
that's what
still
I thought.
to come.
But I knew you were working on one, so yeah, those are my fun facts. Marcus,
is my turn?
Yeah,
I can go. Okay. I'll start with Liv. My fun fact about Liv is, she might love pickleball more than anyone that I know, and she got me hooked on
except
pickleball.
for Vinny.
Oh, does Vinny? I guess Vinny might have an interesting way of loving things. Maybe that's why he's so competitive about it.
That's true.
He's very intense about it. Maybe that means he loves it more than you. You have fun playing. Vinny has competition playing.
That's true. That's true. That's true. Fair.
And I will say, the commander might love pickleball more than you.
Does he still have that pickleball book?
Yeah, it's in his office. And we have 2 pickleball nets and 1 full court. And we've been, we're in this kind of stupid phase of work right now where we're just waiting to convert. And we pretty much stop work at 2:00 to play pickleball for 2 hours until the end of the day. Every day.
Yeah, they didn't have any of that when I was there, so what the hell, guys?
Mm-hmm. We've played so much we've played so much pickleball that it's like to the point where everybody is too good, and the games take like 30 minutes to 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Because everyone.
You guys start cycling through on points, or do you just commit to the full game?
Well, so more people got involved. So now, as soon as there is more than 4 people, you remember that time? Like there was a day that you, SORIAH, Vinny, and I played, and there wasn't a 4th person. So you play with 3 people, and at the end of every volley, unless the one person who can scores, you shift players. Well, now we do the same thing, but with like anything above the number 4. So if there's 6 people out there, we just do a continuing revolution of people, and it's actually a ton of fun. Like I think over drill weekend, I think we had like 12 people playing, and even with 12 people playing, you're only out of the game for like less than a minute, and then you're right back in, and you get to play four volleys, and then you're back in the queue to play. It's a ton of fun.
Yeah, I'm super jealous. I think I've mentioned it on the pod before, but where I live now, the pickleball situation is not up to snuff, per my standards. So I kind of mentioned Eddie and I need to try to figure out like pickleball court in our driveway. And I bet if people see us playing, our neighbors will want to come over. So we'll have to see, because I've been itching to play pickleball. My paddle has not been used in a while, and it's kind of pissing me off. So yeah, I spent good money on that friggin' paddle. So Yeah, I love pickleball. Don't get to play it as much as I used to, but
You know,
yeah.
I'm glad you said that you want to do it. You want to like set it up in your driveway, because as soon as you said the scene isn't up to snuff there, that just sounds like an opportunity for me to me, you know? Sounds like
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
you gotta start a
the
pickleball court.
yeah.
the thing too is that like I think the like better courts. So there's the country club in our town,
The
city, whatever.
tree club.
I'm no comment. However, um obviously it's like too expensive per month to be part of the country club. And they have the nicest pickleball courts in town, those little kind
How,
people.
how much is it?
Um
You guys are dinks. You're
it
probably fine.
so it won't tell us how much it is. I have to call someone
Oh.
and set up an appointment to talk about how much it would be a month. That's how much it is, I'm assuming.
You should just call
Like
and see what
you
it
don't
is.
get to. Yeah, but I don't think they're gonna talk finances with me unless I go in for a meeting.
Yeah, just go see what it is though, because like I mean I know that like Spicy was a member at the the golf country
Yeah, but
club,
he's like a
whatever.
pinky out type of guy. You know what I mean?
Mm,
Like I
so
said, you
was
guys are
DJ though,
dinks.
and so was McCarty. You're dueling. Come on.
I know, but we're not gonna be that forever. Then I gotta pay for my infant that's not even gonna use the pickleball court. Are you kidding?
You're
Okay,
gonna
don't
need
have
an
to be members.
activity
I'm
to.
going on the website.
You should. That's worth it. Or
Yeah,
you just
but I
start your
don't-
own. You guys
Yeah,
have a break.
or the cheaper option is to just do it because it's a monthly, dude. It's a monthly. Oh,
Well, I mean, what's the difference between monthly or yearly? It's actually monthly
Well-
sounds like a better deal, because then if
Look
you
at those
only
pickleball
use it
courts.
for 4 months a year, then you don't pay for the whole year. You just pay for the
membership. Yeah, it says please contact our membership director for more information.
Because
Piss
what if
off.
they give you a deal if you're just like, we just want to play pickleball, and they're like, okay, that'll be $20 a month worth.
There's no way in hell. I have to pay for the saunas even if I don't use them. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
then you should use
They're
them.
gonna milk me for. Yeah, I know, but it's not close to our house or on the way or like anything. And you have to spend so much money there a month because one of the guys
Yep.
I used to work with, he was part of it, and he's like, "Yeah, we gotta go to the country club, spend our set amount." I'm like, "Oh my god, dude."
Yeah, but if you're gonna go out to dinner anyway, they have pretty good food
Yeah.
usually.
Oh my god. We'll see. All right. It's called
two-
the Abilene Country Club, by the way.
But 2 other ideas.
We'll see.
I bet
Yeah.
you could convince Dias to set up some pickleball nets.
So,
That's idea
so
number 1.
I've got a bone to pick with Dias Air Force Base. This isn't the forum to pick the bone. However,
The B1.
no,
You got a B1 to pick with.
that's funny. Yeah, that's a good one.
Reddit says
Um,
it averages out to 1,500 per year.
Screw that. I'd
Worth
rather
it.
put one in my driveway. No, it's
For
not
fi-
worth it.
For $1,500 bucks.
$1,500 a
Yeah,
year.
you can build your own for $1,500.
Yeah, screw that. I'll build my own facility in my street.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous. Yeah, screw that. Sorry, Abilene Country Club, you just lost a customer. What were we saying?
A Dias Air
I can't-
Force Base setting it up.
Yeah, they like all the like sports and stuff have just kind of gone by the wayside. They're shutting down the golf course. They're doing this, they're doing that because they're trying to turn the golf course into like a more family friendly. But no talks of pickleball courts, no talks of like tennis courts, no nothing. So maybe I should go talk to them. But
You should. The MWR people just say, hey, that open ass
Yeah.
field over there, can you just like lay some asphalt and I'll like paint the lines?
Or
Yeah,
just
we'll have
tell
pickleball.
them what the
Wish-
116th did with their empty hanger and use one of the
Mhm.
empty hangers on base. Just
it's so funny you said that because there's absolutely no way on this base would they ever let like me, let alone a bunch of other people on the base, like onto the flight line just to play pickleball.
What about a warehouse?
Yeah.
I
An
don't
empty warehouse.
know. I don't
Dude, all you
there's
gotta
not-
do is
I
go
don't
ask.
think there's
Start
empty
asking
space
questions.
on bias. I
Just
mean, I
start
guess
asking
I'd
questions.
rather build one. I'd rather build one at my house because here's the problem. We live not as far as SORIAH from work, but we live like a decent 25 minutes. And so come home, let the dog out, or both the dogs out. Who let the dogs out? Sorry, squirrel brain. So we go home, let the dogs out. Then I have to I can't take the dogs to pickleball. I just can't. I know everyone's like, just take them. No. Eddie and we would have to be switching off with the dogs, and I can't focus on the game if the dogs are there. So to go back up to the country club or to go back up to work, I feel like I'd rather have it in my driveway. You know what I mean?
Hear me out. The driveway idea is incredible. There's no doubt about that. Now, we'll see. Your driveway is probably slightly slanted, so that'd be kind of awkward.
Nope. She's
No?
flat.
Whoa.
She's flat AF. I live in Texas, brother. We ain't got no hills.
Well, usually they
Not where
still
I
put a
live.
little slant on it so that the water doesn't
Nope.
pool into your garage.
Oh, that's a story for a different time. That will take me 5 hours to explain.
Excellent. But how many people like work kind of not necessarily in your office with you, but like with you in general? Like, how big is the squadron? How many people out?
The
estimate.
squadron? I never see my actual squadron.
Oh.
I don't know, like
okay, I guess people in the
people?
like immediate building that you work in. Are there people that would play
there's
pickleball?
6 of us total. No.
Oh.
They would not play pickleball with me.
Well, okay, never mind. I was thinking, if you go to either the C-130 squadron or the B1s, and you're like, "Hey guys, I want to set up a pickleball court." Well, one, those are the guys that they know the wing commanders and stuff, right? Because all the wing commanders are pilots, so they're all homies.
Mm-hmm.
So that's your in. And
Yeah.
I'm sure one, the crews would be down to play, and two, the pilots would definitely be down. But then you would run into the problem as soon as everybody knows about it, you would never get to play again because they'd all be out there in their jean shorts and tank tops.
Well, and there's like, I don't even know where it would get set up on
Dude, you don't
the
have to.
If
If you talk to the pilots about it, the
pilots will tell me to piss off.
No, they
probably.
will not. No, are you kidding me?
No.
That's what
They'd be like, "Oh my god, that's the best idea ever. Let's go do it right now." And they would probably set it up in the parking
There's
lot.
no room in our squadron.
Parking lot. They would make all.
That's a terrible idea.
They would just make all of the maintainers not park in the parking lot so that they could fit pickleball courts. Guaranteed. I will bet every penny to my.
I'll bet you I get
worth.
A weird look, and everyone will be like, "Hell no."
Yeah, let's make that.
I've known
bet.
too many pilots. I'm with Marcus on this one.
I'll bet you $100.
I don't think so.
Yeah. You go to maybe the DO of either squadron and be like, "Dude, I want to play pickleball. How can we set it up?" The guy would be
go to the country club.
Like, that's
Swing!
the best idea I ever heard. Or the MW, whoever's in charge, whatever LT's in charge of the MWR at one of the squadrons. Just be like, "Hey, how can we set up pickleball?"
It sounds good in theory. I just really, I don't
Olivia
think
being
so.
a naysayer. Here's a fun fact about
I never
Olivia.
thought
She's
I'd
turning
see
into a naysayer.
I'm just
Olivia
not feeling it. I'm just not feeling
equals
it. Everyone's
naysayer.
very like mission oriented.
Maybe that's an active duty.
It's not the guard,
not fighter pilot
that's
mentality.
yeah,
Listen.
potentially. But also they'll be like, No. They don't spend any time at work that they don't have to.
Honestly, I get that.
They come, they do what they have to do, and then they leave. And if I said, "Come on, play a game of pickleball with me," they'll be like, "No, I have to go home. Bye."
But if it's during work hours, that's where this is leading.
That shit ain't gonna fly.
Like
during work hours is even worse.
Yeah, like there's
You have
on
your
a day where
designated PT time, so if you just like schedule once a week of like your group PT session, and it's not required, but anyone who wants to do like group level PT, and it's just pickleball.
I could
100%.
try, but as a civilian, I feel like I don't hold much weight in the squadron.
That's why you gotta get with one of the like the Snacko from.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's not a. Why do you need weight to make suggestions? You know, like that's not the point. You're not going in there and being like, "We're gonna do this."
It's gonna go anywhere.
Period. It's like, hey, you guys like pickleball? It's a lot of fun. You want to play? Sure. All right, we have end of year funds. Let's make a pickleball.
It ain't gonna go anywhere. I'll
Alright,
try
fine.
and I'll give you guys a report, but
I'm gonna text Eddie and I'm gonna make Eddie figure it out on his side of his squadron.
yeah, good luck. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
Welcome to
man.
active duty.
Alternatively, I found a link to sign up for join different playing sessions for pickleball in Clyde and Abilene, Texas. I dropped it in chat.
Oh God, Clyde, piss off with that.
Oh my
I'm just kidding. It's just far.
Oh,
Naysayer
it's weird that it
strikes
said that it was
again.
like grouped with Abilene.
Well, it's not okay. It's not that far. Sorry, far is relative. It's like 25, 30 minutes from my house.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, all you need is one mid-management officer at one of those squadrons being like, there's nothing going on a Wednesday afternoon, and rather than everyone scrolling Instagram, go play pickleball. And boom, you're in. It's done. Anyway.
All right. I'll bring it up.
What are they going to do? They're going to say no. That's the worst outcome that you could possibly have. And you go, okay. And then you ask again in like a month. As soon as new leadership comes in, you bring it up again.
And then they'll be like, no. And then I'll just have the one in my driveway.
Yeah, that's true. That's also
You
good.
can bring it up to the same mid management officer 9 times and eventually get to a yes because they think it's their idea.
True. Yeah.
Oof.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
That's enough about pickleball. Except this one time we were playing and Olivia made a joke about she was chasing a ball and she's like, what if I just tripped right now? How funny would that be? And then she literally tripped and face planted into a chain link fence. And it was really
my
funny.
ankle was fucked up for a few days.
And the noise she made was oh man, it's the video of the lady falling in McDonald's and she's like, oh, help, I've fallen and I can't get up.
Yeah, basically that was me.
The noise, so she's running after the ball going, wouldn't it be funny if I rolled my ankle and died right now? And I'm not even looking and suddenly I just hear as she face plants.
It hurt so bad. I was like hobbling around for a few days.
Oh, you were a trooper though. You kept playing. Good for you.
It's for the love of the game.
Yeah. Yeah. That was the version of Olivia that wasn't an naysayer. So.
Those were the days.
Those were the days.
Okay.
She's all grown up and boring now.
Why don't you guys move to Buffalo Gap and then tell me how much you want to go play pickleball?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'd rather play it in my driveway. Anyway,
still be the same temperature. Okay. Fun fact about SORIAH is that she is a homemaker / grandma in training. And what I mean by that is all the things if you're all the things your grandma did, SORIAH is perfecting her skills today to be the elite grandmother. So like knitting, baking.
It's crochet, actually.
Crochet.
Yeah, get it right, Marcus.
Yeah. What else? What are some other grandma things?
My favorite candy is ginger candy.
Oh,
You're
no.
a psycho. Why is it spicy?
Well, I
When
love
you go to bed.
Well, since I have to be at work by 6:30,
That's
and
true.
it's an
You go to
hour
bed at like
away.
7.
It's been like usually in bed by like 8:39.
Mhm.
That's normal.
Oh, here's another grandma
Okay.
thing she does. She doesn't have internet. So she lives without internet.
True.
Yeah,
So she's literally in a coffee
Currently.
shop right now.
this is true. Actually, a really nice, eclectic plant grandma vibe. Actually,
Oh,
Heck yeah.
you found your place.
good.
All right, those are my fun facts. Soraya, your turn.
Okay. So my fun fact for Marcus, we've had this conversation a couple times in the office that is kind of a fun fact about both of us, really. But you want to quit the government, go live off grid.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And that has led to part of some of our conspiracy theory discussions. But yeah, we've had quite a few conversations about that.
Uh-huh.
And then for Olivia, so for those who don't know, Liv and I actually went through like a lot of our training and stuff together. So we
Literally
have
everything, yeah.
a lot of our like first like growing up in the military experiences were together. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of stories there. But when we were
Uh-oh.
no, I'm not getting into that. But when we were
One
out
day.
for yeah,
One
maybe
day.
when it's not recorded.
When we 3 hours.
Yeah. But we both, when we were out for on the job training the second time and before we deployed, Liv found like the best VRBOs for us to stay in. So we like pulled together our per diem
Heck
and
yeah.
stayed in some really, really nice places. And Liv is like the best at finding those for the best deals. So yeah, fun
Hell
fact about her.
yeah.
She's like the best
That is a fun
VRBOer
fact.
ever.
Thanks.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Oh, yeah.
I'll try to
was.
find
And
some neat spots.
Yeah, dude, I still think about that one up on Whalers Point.
Oh, yeah, that one was the best. But then there was also like we went to LA a few times. We were in Phoenix for training. And so some of the ones in LA were pretty cool. Except for the one where people's cars got towed because they parked where I told them they
That
shouldn't park.
one was okay. Wait. There's more to that story
There is.
because that was my car that I didn't park, and then they
Yeah.
refused to help pay for the
Yeah,
tow. The person
exactly.
who parked it in the wrong spot didn't pay me for my car getting towed. I was so angry.
Is that a guy or a girl?
One
There's a
guess.
guy.
Girl.
Yeah.
No, Marcus, women don't do that to each other.
Well,
Some
I can think of one woman on that trip who would have done that.
That's crazy. I can't believe, because usually men are like, even if they're like not interested in you, they're like kind of gentlemanly and like simping a little bit, like no matter what.
And this one was interested in me. That's the real kicker.
What? So he was like, "Oh, you know what's really gonna get her gears turning? I'm just gonna be the biggest dick in the world, just so I could save like
really
$70."
I got woken up at like
Well,
2:30 a.m. and they were like, "Hey, people's cars are getting towed," and I was like, "God bless it." It's like, "Come on, people, I'm trying to sleep here." And of course, it's like my name's on the reservation, so the Airbnb host is like messaging me and trying to call me and being like, "I told you that now your cars are getting towed." I'm like, "Okay, lady, chill out." Like, I didn't know people were doing this. I was asleep. Anyway, and there was a cool place up in Flagstaff that was like a cabin up and like it was super cool. Yeah. Anyway, that's a good fun fact. I like that one.
On the off chance,
I had to think long and hard about that.
On the off chance that that wouldn't pay for your car for the towing is listening. I just want him to know that he cucked himself so hard and what a moron he is. You're a literal idiot, and I hope you try to fight me about it so I can laugh in your face because you're a moron. All right, moving on.
Yeah. Moving on.
What a dumb bitch.
Yeah. Super quickly, I guess we'll go through our week. I'll kick this one off. Basically, remember last podcast, everyone, if you were listening, if you weren't, I was in Missouri for a work trip and it was supposed to snow. Sorry, I just had to burp. It was supposed to snow. And they didn't cancel. It was like a work conference thing. They didn't cancel the conference. They were just like, yeah, we know it's supposed to snow. And we basically did a whole virtual Teams day. So I sat in my hotel room the entire second day and just listened to these people fight each other on Teams basically. And I was just like, God bless it. Yeah, so it was super cold the next morning the day after it snowed. It was 0 degrees when we got up, which was pretty rough. So yeah, not great. Yeah, and then really nothing else to report from the trip. It was really cold and snowy. Great time of year for a friggin' conference, but that's okay. And then we came over here. I'm currently in the DFW area with my family. And tonight we had dinner. And so my dad grilled some stuff and we were just sitting around the dinner table. And well, last night we went out to Hot Pot, which is Asian food. And super, super good. But we went to the Asian grocery store afterwards, naturally. Bought some stuff, which is great, but they were playing this song in there, and I really liked it. Obviously, 0 clue what they're saying or talking about, but it sounded really good. So I asked, hey, Siri, what's this song? She listened. I played at the dinner table, and my stepmom, she's Chinese, she's like, I don't like the newer Chinese music. It sucks, basically. We're like, well, what do you like? She's like, I like 70s and 80s Chinese music. It literally, this is the best part. So I pulled up the first song on 80s Chinese hits playlist on Spotify, which has some bangers on it, by the way. But I pulled up the very first song. She's like, God, I love this song. And so she sang the whole song for us. It was great. We were having karaoke night right before I got on, but it was freaking awesome. So honestly, people, 80s Chinese music sounds exactly like American 80s music. You just don't really understand what they're saying. Same type of vibe though. And then the newer Chinese music is actually really good. I really like it. So check it out, people. I would tell you what this the name of the song is, but I don't know it. So that's that's my week. Go ahead, SORIAH.
Well, so my last week started out on a high note. I was pulling into where I parked my car for the house I'm living in, and I got out and there was a kid walking his chicken on a leash. I guess he was riding his bike with his chicken on a leash. So that was fun. Had a nice little conversation with him.
That was really fun.
Yeah.
Chicken on a leash.
Yeah, I'd never seen that before. Really curious. And then just work stuff. So it was really funny. I was listening to Chef's episode, and he was like, "Oh, active duty has all these stupid rules," and I feel like there's even fewer rules since I got here than we had at our squadron, which is saying a lot.
Yeah, you guys are on the island life over there.
The island life plus staff where everybody's adult and you're expected to just kind of take care of yourself, which is great. Rather than our training quarters, so I get it. Yeah, and then I went to I don't know if you've been here, but I went to Waimea Valley this week, which was
I don't think I've actually been up up in that area or spent a lot of time up in that area. But was that the picture you posted? You were on a hike?
No, so this is a huge botanical garden essentially. I mean,
that's cool.
But it's hundreds of acres, and there's a waterfall at the end you can go swimming in.
That's cool.
The hike that it was
Yeah,
Not
I
a
thought I saw you
few.
post a picture with Basil. Maybe that was the week
That
before last or something.
that was that was a couple. But I did go on a hike with Basil yesterday. To one of the pillboxes up on our shore. So they're
Heck
I
yeah.
mean, the pillbox hikes are everywhere. So
Yeah.
and then I had a game night with a few friends. And I realized I am losing my competitive edge. Like I used to be really competitive and didn't want to play games if I didn't think I would win, and now I'm just kind of like, oh, this is just fun. Which,
Hey, that's awesome.
That's a
so
good thing.
even yeah, I thought so. I was like, wow, I actually am just content to have fun, and I know I don't care if I win or not, which was it was nice.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, that was my week. Well, church this
Wow.
morning. But yeah.
Heck yeah.
Going to a bonfire after this. Do not work tomorrow.
Ooh. Oh yeah, same. Government holiday. Oh my god. Sorry, really quick. I can't believe I forgot to mention tomorrow is freaking President's Day, bro. And
Yeah, it is.
we are the Mount Rushmore of podcast.
Presidents.
I would be remiss if I didn't mention President's Day in honor of this podcast. So thank you for reminding me, Soraya.
Yeah, you almost
Live to
messed up
serve.
there.
Hell yeah.
Live to serve. Yeah, just not the government. Just want to quit as soon as possible.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
All right, Marcus.
Gotta line up my pension and be done with it. Let's see. Well, I feel like weather was kind of crazy everywhere in the country this week, including the coast.
I mean,
now, all right, bragging.
True.
But on the Oregon coast, it wasn't that bad. It was it got a little cold, and on Thursday we got let go at 9:30 because so Portland was getting hit super hard.
Yeah.
We being all the way on the West Coast, usually our weather comes in either from the north or from the west, like going eastbound. This weather was coming from the east to towards the ocean. So that was weird.
Wow.
I think it came from the north first. So it hit Portland first and kind of blew up Portland. And so they let us go at 9:30 in the morning because it was supposed to get really bad. And
what's the point? Sorry. What's the point of going in?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they didn't. Yeah, maybe they didn't know. But I will say it's interesting, right? So I live. If I measured, if Google had a measurement function where I could just go point to point, I probably live less than 3 miles from the ocean. So my weather is much different than in Astoria, which is 10 miles inland or something, 7 to 10 miles inland. So apparently Portland or Astoria was there were multiple pileups on coming off of whatever that just right outside of Astoria going on Highway 30 where it kind of goes up the hill to Tongue Point.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently there was I don't know how many cars, 10, 15 cars piled up.
Oh my
because
gosh.
it was so icy.
That stretch is so dangerous.
Yeah.
Super windy.
Yeah. And it's just crazy because at my house it snowed a little bit. And it was such a small impact that my original plan when they let us know that hey, at 9:30 everyone's gonna go home. And I was like, oh, okay, great. We'd just gotten taps. So I'm all filled up on this absolutely amazing breakfast burrito. And it's 8:30. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna sit here for an hour till 9:30, and then I'm gonna go hit the gym. So I was like, I'm gonna go to okay, great, yeah. They're like, okay, you're gonna go at 9:30. And I was like, oh, okay. I'm gonna hit the gym. So it got to 9:30, and I was like, people are 9:20, and people are walking around all right, leave, go. And I was like, oh, I'm waiting until 9:30. I'm gonna go hit the gym. And they're like, no. It's like, what? Like, no, you're gonna go home. We're shutting the building down for safety. And I was like,
Oh my gosh.
Okay. I'm gonna go to the gym. No. Okay. Well,
I can picture this happening.
so I went home,
Yeah.
and then over my lunch break, I drove right back to work. I went to the gym because the impact at my house was so little. So hopefully none of my bosses are listening to this. It'd be kind of awkward.
Fire him. No, I'm just
yeah.
kidding.
We'll be having a
It's
conversation
on you.
on
He
Tuesday.
quits.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because if I had lived somewhere on the other side of Astoria or even in Astoria, I probably wouldn't have, considering how much allegedly crazier it got just like 2 or 3 miles further down the road. Because elevation
like
starts
Young's
going
Bay.
up. Yeah, like as elevation starts going up just even a few feet, whatever. Anyway, so I went to the gym and then got back and just did some work. So that was nothing really. That was on Thursday. Nothing really happened before that, I don't think. Nope. Then Friday, this is a little more gym talk. I had an accidentally serious leg workout. And why that matters is I go to yoga on Sundays. I don't know if you guys have ever done a serious leg workout, but it's not the day after that you're really useless. It's the second day after.
Yeah.
And
Reminds me of when Liv and I did that calf raises and we couldn't walk.
Yeah, we
for
were
like a week.
crawling. We were crawling on the floor, literally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, terrible.
So that was Friday. I did that workout. And Sunday, if you add 1 and 1, that's 2 days. So this morning I tried to go to yoga. Well, I didn't try to go to yoga. I went to yoga, and I sounded like one of those. We have a couple old people in the class who just like make grunting noises constantly, and it's fine. No one cares. That was me. Like I couldn't help myself. And it's, I'm just trying to lean down to like touch the floor, and my back is maybe at like a 45-degree hinge, and I'm like, please help.
Good Lord.
I'm gonna die. And now my hamstrings, I wouldn't say they hurt more. They just hurt different. They're like very achy. So I may have done some damage, but we'll find out tomorrow. That's a future me problem.
Yeah.
What else? Oh, I did my interview questions for the new JOB.
Yeah.
On Wednesday. And they hit me. It was 6 questions. And it's kind of a weird format.
Let's play.
It was a bit of a weird format. It's you go to this website and it just prompts you with the question. And so you have 2 minutes to prepare your answer. And then you have 3 minutes to answer. And then you have a retry button if you can play it back and like watch it. And if you said something stupid, you have the chance to retry it.
Must be nice.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I only used it on the last question. So the questions were easy. I mean, they were fine, whatever. They would have been no problemo. There was basically, the type of stuff you would expect on an interview. But the last question, and I want to hear your guys' answer to this on the spot. Just for funsies, SORIAH, you're gonna go first. And I'm just testing you guys to see if I'm the only one who is this incapable of doing this. So if you're incapable, don't feel bad. I was incapable. So the question is, if your life was a TV show or movie, what TV show or movie would it be?
What?
That was in my exact reaction. I was like, what? But so let's see what you come up with. No pressure. 2 minutes.
The Office.
That's not
series of unfortunate events.
Oh, and then
That's funny.
And why? So, you know, if
I
you
don't,
pick
I don't have a reason. Yeah.
if you you know, you
No,
pick a
that's
movie
hard.
that's you pick a movie or TV show that shows a little bit too much of your
Ratatouille.
hand, you might end up divulging some information you didn't want to divulge.
Yeah, that's wild. That's a tough.
We'll
that's
leave
a
my
tough
TV show
one.
Yeah, we'll leave my TV show the same, but for those who know, you know.
Yeah, that's a tough. That's a tough question.
It is, especially when
That's
you're
a wild interview question.
Because like I
Especially-
watch a lot of reality TV, but I obviously my life isn't like any of those.
Keeping up with
Well,
the Kardashians.
technically, you could probably say that your life was like Love Island or something back.
I
when
could say
you
it
were
was like
single.
Love Is Blind.
Well, in the military, you know, it's like Love Island. You got all these fuckboys running around
Yeah.
trying to like.
Yeah, but
pick
do I
you
want
up.
to say that in a formal job interview? Probably not.
To the people in the military?
That's why
They'd
it's
laugh.
hard.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
probably.
They know.
They know.
As the radar turns is a saying for a reason.
That's true. That's very
Yeah.
true. Yeah, that's not so.
Yeah, that one threw me for a loop. I had to use my retry, so I spent the whole 3 minutes just being like, I have no idea. I have no, because I don't like, essentially I don't participate in pop culture. I don't watch TV shows. I watch movies every now and then. Like I've basically, if you look up like the list of the top rated TV shows or movies in the last 20 years, the like top 5 are about the only ones I've watched. So,
Yeah.
you know, and that's like
maybe
Breaking
I'd say
Bad.
Lost.
Breaking Bad. Yeah, it's like yeah, so it's Breaking Bad, Game of Thrones, Lost. I never watched Lost though. I tried
Law
to.
and Order.
Ooh,
I would hope that's not your life.
No, it's not. It's not. Grey's
Psych.
Anatomy.
Criminal Minds was
Dexter.
one of
Dexter.
All right, Liv. What are so SORIAH, your answer was a series of unfortunate events. We don't have to get into why. But if you know, you know. And Liv, what's your answer?
I don't. I don't know. I would definitely have to do what you did, and like, probably my first answer is not the like answer I should go with. So like, I would have done the same thing. I would have been furiously Googling and then been like, no, just make some shit up.
Yeah. So what are you gonna make up?
I don't know. I haven't
Bluey.
Googled. Bluey. It's a good one.
Airbud.
Mom. Sorry. Maybe. Dude, I don't even know. I said The Office at first, but that's not true.
Yeah, that's not your life. While
what's
she's
like a
thinking,
good, like,
For a
rom-com?
moment, when you were out there full time at the unit, you could argue.
That's true. It was like The Office when I was there.
while Olivia is thinking of her answer, everybody get into the comments and tell us your
Yeah, thank you.
what movie or TV show would be the movie or TV show about your life? Like what relates the most? Well, no pressure.
Maybe.
You know what's it's hard. There's so many TV shows and stuff. It's hard to like.
Well, I'm thinking like
Go to
I'm
free
thinking like
recall.
a movie, because like
A movie.
a
Austin
movie.
Powers.
Yeah, maybe Austin Powers.
Which
I feel
character
like
in
I'm-
Austin Powers are you?
Fat bastard. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. That was for comedic relief. I'm Austin Danger Powers, obviously.
Obviously.
Of course.
I don't know. I'm thinking like rom-com vibes, because like, you know, me and Eddie,
Dude, Operation
just-
Christmas Drop.
we're just, oh god, no. We're just so in love.
Wow.
Yeah, Operation Christmas Drop. It's a military love
That-
story.
That's true. That's a good one. Either that or I was thinking like the holiday because like we both went halfway across the world and found each other. That's basically what
Aw.
happens in the holiday.
That's basically what happens in Operation Christmas Drop.
That's true. She goes to Guam, right?
Yep.
Cute.
Hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Like sub. I'm gonna go with Operation Christmas Drop. Like sub. Get in the comments.
Mm-hmm.
And I think with that, we're gonna get into some creative insults. And I
Yeah.
think Marcus is gonna kick it off.
Unless you guys want to hear what my answers were for the interview.
Oh yeah.
Olivia,
Oh
yeah.
yeah. Sorry.
skip over that. It's fine. So
Sorry.
I said Shameless for TV show because
Oh.
Interesting pick.
growing up poor and just having to make ends meet and just kind of having a crazy life. And then I talked a
Mhm.
little bit about how obviously that show is so far further intense and crazy than anything that ever happened in my life. But if I had to relate it
Right.
to a show, that's like the only thing I could think of in the moment. And Yes Man, because I've been trying to be more of a not yes man at work, but yes man in life. Trying to. So I talked a little
That's
bit.
good.
I literally brought up the I like what I like and I don't like what I don't like and I don't want to be like that. So I've been
Yeah.
I found myself saying something awkward, but I couldn't. I already used my retry. So it's like the more I want to say no to something, the more I'm going to say yes. I don't know. I just got
Yeah.
weird vibes out of saying it. But
100%.
I had two answers. Shameless and Yes Man.
There you go. Those are solid.
Heck yeah, brother.
Thanks for the validation, guys.
You're welcome.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right.
What's the? Oh man, why can't I think of what this movie is called? Super bad.
Describe. That's your life?
No, but that's a funny movie.
Yeah.
Imagine if I was just thinking of like funny movies someone could say.
Yeah. Pineapple
Yeah,
Express
I
defines
think my life
life.
is like super bad.
The Wolf of Wall Street.
Oh, that's a rough one for a job interview. Oh no. Negative.
One of the like, Dunkirk or something.
Yeah.
for
Black
real.
Hawk.
Band of Brothers. Because I've been to
Yeah.
Hellback.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, get in the comments, people. I want to hear your. That'd actually be kind of a fun topic. Let me write that down real quick.
Life in movies.
Yeah.
Write it down. Write that down. Write that down.
Yeah. Ideas.
Yeah.
Actually, Flair had a really good one the other day too. Maybe if we have him on one day, we'll do this one with him. It was what was it? Unspoken Rules.
Oh,
Unspoken
that's
Rules.
such a good one.
And
You gotta bring someone who's a bit on the spectrum for that one.
Take your card
Flair's
back.
perfect.
I can't believe you just said that on
I hope he
live
listens to this because
podcast.
he'll laugh. He'll laugh. at that.
Flair, don't
Flair,
listen to
Yeah,
my
he
you're
would
not
laugh.
autistic. You might be a little bit, but so am I.
Aren't we all?
TV, movie. Imagine having to come up with 4 though. That'd be tough. But TV /
tough.
movie to
Yeah.
rep life. Okay.
Maybe you just do that as your guest intro.
Oh yeah. You know, for everyone instead of fun facts. Yeah.
Yeah, we everybody knows who we are. That's the question we have to ask people now.
Mm-hmm. They have to show up prepared for that. That'd be that would be pretty difficult.
I like
okay.
it.
Me too. That's a great idea. Great idea. Okay, my first one is brought to you by Summer, last week's guest. She taught me this one, and it's one of my favorites. And it is You're Pretty. Every
Oh,
time
yeah.
someone says
Pretty.
something really fucking stupid, you just say, "Oh, you're pretty."
You're pretty. Yeah. That's such a good one, man.
Thanks,
I love
Summer.
that one. I think Summer has told me I'm pretty before.
Yeah,
I think she's told all of us that we're pretty at some point.
she's never told me I'm
Well,
pretty. That
you're
hurts.
ugly then.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have trauma about that for the next long while.
You're fine. You'll be all right, brother.
Fine
All right,
as in pretty,
SORIAH.
or fine as in okay.
Pretty. You're pretty.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, this one is I have said this before, and I've also been told this before. You are doing your best. That's embarrassing.
Yo, we need to. Can we hear this story? Okay. First, who did you say this to? If you said
did Flair say that to you? Flair says that's embarrassing.
Hold on. First, we start
Flair
with
does say
her
that.
story of who said it or who she said it to, so that we don't feel so bad when we hear what her story of her being told that.
So I have said this to my sister, my younger sister, after she made some interesting life choices, and we were collectively trying to shame her into being better.
Did it work?
Eventually,
Hey,
she's making
success.
better life choices now, but it
Heck
didn't
yeah.
work in the moment.
Oh.
Yeah, that one was. And then when it was told to me, it was during weapon school, during a debrief.
That checks.
That checks.
And
that's
one,
not so bad, you know.
No,
that's expected.
no.
Love
Yeah,
love
so
is
it
behind
wasn't like
those words in a weird way.
I don't
Oh.
know. The instructor who told me this, I'm pretty sure still hates me, so I don't know. But it's okay. It was a great
That's-
insult to take moving forward.
Oh, haters, man.
That's a positive outlook.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
man, I had a question. I had another question. I forgot it. Oh, it's about the Shame book. Have you been reading the Shame book that I recommended? No.
I have not,
Knew
but
it.
that's because I'm reading a different book at the moment called The No Asshole Rule, and it's on how to work with difficult people.
Oh.
Yeah, I actually highly recommend it to anyone who works with challenging personality, and honestly, anyone who works in any sort of like team environment, because you're going to have conflicting personalities, and it's been really good. But no, I haven't been reading the Shane book. It is it's the next one on my list, though.
It's pretty good.
I'm gonna have to read that book so I learn how to work with myself.
See, I mean, I've learned a lot about like how I may be coming across to people, and then I've also learned of like, I mean, we've had our fair share of personalities in our unit, and it's been retroactively good for me. And then also like going into a staff dynamic where there's a lot of people coming from operational environments that have a lot of ego
Yeah.
about their ideas, what winning looks like. So yeah, highly recommend.
What was it called? One more
Heck
time.
Yeah. No asshole rule. Oh,
Noted.
here.
I'll put it up on the to-do list while my freaks out.
Yeah, by Robert Sutton.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, 10 out of 10 recommend.
All right,
Yeah.
it's on the list.
My first creative insult: stupid idiot.
That's
Double.
so creative.
What do you mean? If you call someone a stupid idiot, you can be called stupid. You could be called an idiot. But when you're a stupid idiot,
Is that
Yeah.
a double negative?
it is a double negative.
For
It's
sure.
also an oxymoron.
I don't think
Whatever
Yeah.
that means.
that's no. You're pretty.
Damn it. I'm a stupid idiot. Eddie and I call each other stupid idiot all the time. It's a love language.
It'd be it's, you saying a smart idiot would be an oxymoron.
That's right. I'm very smart.
No, you're pretty.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Anyway,
All right, well-
stupid idiot. Simple but effective.
My next one is that's so creative.
Yeah, you jerkwad.
I'm just kidding. That's not it. I'll go with this one next. I bet you think snakes are poisonous too. So if someone says something like, I think blah 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 blah, and it's just the dumbest shit you've ever heard, you say, yeah, wow, yeah, I bet you think snakes are poisonous too. And 10 out of 10 times,
Right, but they
this-
are.
exactly. Except they're not. They're venomous.
Oh,
Moron.
fuck.
It even gets the smart people, though you did just prove that you're not smart. But
No, I'm not.
Olivia is smart. Olivia, I swear to God,
No, she's
everybody,
not.
It is super smart.
Olivia is
No,
very
she's
smart.
not. No,
Yeah,
I'm
she is.
not.
She's a
Don't walk it
goofball.
back now.
She's a goofball, but she be
I just
smart.
don't always think before I speak.
She's
that's
the
what
kind
makes
of
you
smart
fun.
that can't be.
That what?
I bet you think
It, like, can't
snakes
be
are
learned.
poisonous.
She's got like the common sense smart that like
That's
you can't
true.
teach people.
So she acts smart, and then she says silly things, and it's funny, and that's why people love her.
Okay. Write that down on your list of insults, bitch.
Creative insults. Yeah. She is smart, but says
She is
silly
smart.
things.
She thinks she's smart.
No. She doesn't
She's
think she's
stupid.
smart. She doesn't think she's smart, but she is.
But she's also a stupid idiot.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah. You said it, not me.
Both.
Well, isn't venom poison?
No.
Mhm.
And
Oh.
poisons are made by
Okay.
humans. Venoms are naturally occurring. And so the point is,
Well, and
the funny
poisons
thing
are
is,
too.
sorry, go ahead.
Is
It's like you have
is
a poison
venom
dart
not,
frog.
is
Venom is like-
venom not poisonous to humans?
It is. I mean, it is. But poisons are like something that secretes, like a poison dart frog touching their skin. When you absorb that through your skin, that is poison.
No, it's venom.
Oh.
The poison
So,
dart is the human made
Googled.
it poisonous by like interacting with it. And
Hang
then
on,
they
y'all.
named it that, but the frog is venomous per like the
Okay.
scientific term. The frog is venomous.
All right. Venomous means a toxin is injected into the body, while poisonous means a toxin is
Oh.
ingested.
Okay. Well, then
Yeah.
Soraya is right. Well, either way, yeah. So snakes, they inject you.
They are
with
venomous.
venom.
Well, do I have something for you? While most toxic animals are either poisonous or venomous, there are exceptions. For example, the Asian tiger snake is both venomous and poisonous. So
Ooh,
suck
go
on
on.
that, bitch.
Go on.
That's all I have. That's what AI
How
told
is
me.
how is it both? Because I
I
think
don't
AI might be
know.
Probably
wrong.
skin. And they probably
Hang on.
secrete an oil that's poisonous, and then
Exactly.
their bite is probably venomous.
Asian
I don't believe it.
trouser
This
snake,
sounds like a
tiger
conspiracy.
snake.
It's trousers. You just gotta get a little guy. It's just gonna
Okay.
be a little
It
guy.
was supposed to be a joke, and then you ruined it. Okay.
I
Says
make
Tiger
fun of you.
keelback.
it has small fangs in the back of its mouth and glands in its neck that secretes toxins.
Mm.
Yeah.
So
Technically, would a spitting
They could-
cobra be a
they
poisonous
secrete
as well?
toxins. Probably, dude. There's some that's both, but it says secretes toxins from its neck glands to ward off predators. So like if you touch it, you're touching, the poison, but then if it bites you, then obviously it's shooting venom into you.
Well, either
Yeah.
way, the point stands, and it's a funny thing to say to somebody who's just said something really stupid, and you say, "I bet you think snakes are poisonous too," and they're like,
Well,
They
I
are.
fell for it.
and you're like, "No, they're actually venomous," and then they're like, "Ah," and it's funny.
What
every
I
time.
just did?
Yeah, they go on a
Yeah.
Google spree to try and prove you wrong, and it's
Yeah.
Well, I
Fruitless.
kind of proved you wrong.
you didn't. You proved yourself and me correct. That's not proving me wrong.
Whatever. Soraya, your next one.
All right. So you're as bright as beige. This is one that I heard when I
Aw.
was living in Texas. We're
Yeehaw!
basically just saying you're really dumb.
Yeah.
Is that
But,
because
like, you have to
beige is
think-
not bright?
Yeah.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah, like beige is super dull. And so it's basically saying like, oh, you're as bright as beige, aren't you? And yeah, it's basically just a roundabout way of saying, wow, you're real dumb. And then the people who like don't get like the people you're saying that to probably don't get it, which makes it even better.
So it's like the snake one.
Yeah.
Good thing I
Classic.
didn't fall for that one.
Classic.
All right. My next one. I don't know if it's technically an insult, but why don't you go play in traffic? Which basically just means why don't you fuck off?
Boop.
It's not necessarily an insult, but it's like, I'm done with you. I want you to leave. Why don't you go play in traffic? I like it.
Why don't you go die?
Okay, that's a bit extreme. However,
Is it? I think that's what you said.
Yeah, but no, it's not. It's not. You can't look at it like that.
You're right. Not everyone who plays in traffic dies.
It's true. Not everyone plays in traffic.
Not everyone that dies plays in traffic.
Exactly.
Precisely. Put that on a motivational poster.
Go play in traffic.
No. Not everyone who dies plays in traffic.
Oh. That too.
Yeah. Both. That's a good one. I'm gonna have to start using that.
Would have been way useful when we still had students.
Yeah.
All right, is it my turn?
Yeah.
I like this one. You should have been. Take a guess, guys. A blowjob.
Yeah, well, I wasn't sure what direction you were going to go with
Get
that.
it.
I could have gone a couple. Well, so when a man and a woman love each other very much.
No. I know that part very well. The very well didn't have to be added, but I thought it was funny. What do you mean by that?
I think it'd be funnier if SORIAH describes how babies are made. I think that'd be way funnier than whatever Olivia's question
This is just basically saying
family.
that you should have been swallowed instead of.
Oh. my.
Oh, you're pretty.
Or spat out, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh my
Like,
god,
you know.
that's terrible.
Nonetheless, you
That's
shouldn't have been fully processed.
that egg should not have been fertilized.
Yeah.
Rip.
Yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
that's a tough one. Have you ever said that to someone before?
Not out loud.
Oh, okay. That's probably for the better.
No, I'm gonna start saying it out loud though.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. All right, yeah. SORIAH, thank you for the explanation. That was great.
Yeah, I really wasn't sure what you meant
I
by
was
that.
not expecting Olivia to be the one who needed the explanation. Not saying that I expected SORIAH to need one either, but I did not expect Liv to need the explanation. What that means.
I don't know why it just did not click for me.
That's right.
Yeah.
Neither did snakes being venomous, not poisonous. So
Yeah, these insults are really working.
yeah,
See,
what
this
the
one's
heck?
not
I'm
the
as
person that
is beige.
All right, SORIAH, your turn.
On that note, oops. Yeah. This one I feel like is pretty self-explanatory.
What
But
is
you'd
it?
fail a personality test. So yeah, it's just for those people you have in your life that just don't really have a personality at all.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They're just a wet noodle of a person.
Yep. Just like they're not even a chameleon of like they observe personalities of the people around them because like those people exist and they're usually fine because they just vibe with whatever the vibe is. But this person just
I
their
can think of a
personality
couple.
is- Yeah.
I won't name any names, but one I
can think of people too.
I have a very specific name in mind.
Interesting.
It could
Is
also
it
be
me?
like their personality just sucks in general. It doesn't have to be they don't have one, but their personality is just awful. That could be too.
Yeah. No, Olivia,
Yeah.
it's not you. You have one of the most powerful personalities
Yeah.
on the planet,
Thank
for
God
better
one of these
or
isn't
worse.
around me. Fuck. Just kidding.
None of
You
these
should
are
not
about
have been
you.
a blowjob.
Thank you.
Jeez.
That makes me feel so good about myself.
I'm so glad you weren't a blowjob.
I'm
You know
so
that
glad
that's
you
a
were
compliment.
Fertilized.
Yeah.
We should do
So
creative
glad you were
compliments.
Yeah. Oh, you're a hell of a conception.
Oh my god. Yikes.
There's a new pickup line, eh?
On that note, that's terrible.
Please never
I'll
say that.
be
to
like,
somebody.
gotta go.
Oh,
All right.
that's my
Third
life goal to
burglar.
say that to someone now. Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Okay, I said it, but my next one's turd burglar. I don't I don't know, I just like saying it. You friggin'
What's that
turd
even mean?
burglar. I also like calling like groups of people turd burglars. That group of turd burglars over there. Or like, this sounds terrible, but Air Force comm squadrons just dude, I don't know what they do all day, but I don't know if it's their job.
They burgle turds.
But I have definitely called the entire squadron turd burglars. Those turd burglars over there. I haven't fixed my computer for months.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They definitely should have been blowjobs.
Oh man. Back on that, huh?
Hard to get away from it, you know?
I don't think we ever
I know.
left.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, turd burglar. Next.
Oh, that is one of my go-tos as well. We should try and find a definition of what that actually is.
Well, to me, a turd burglar is a shit stealer.
You used
Thanks for the
that's-
clarity.
That's what it means.
Yeah, I was confused about that part.
Literally. I said that because it like also makes zero sense. I'm googling what is a turd burglar. God, I need to go look through my Google search history after these podcasts.
What's it say about turd burglar?
I'm trying to find it on like Urban Dictionary. It says it's not Urban Dictionary. It's on Wiktionary, and it says
That's how we use it.
a homosexual male.
What? That doesn't make any sense.
No, that's why I'm going on Urban Dictionary now. It's
You're not-
saying, hang on.
It's not like stealing the shit.
Okay, turd. Wow. Oh no. So Urban. Oh no.
What have you been calling people?
God, I might need to take this off my list. I should.
Let's hear it. You got to say the words now.
Okay. I don't believe this. Okay. A derogatory term for a man of homosexual tendencies. Tail gunner.
Gunner.
As another example, then a homosexual poacher of human feces.
All right.
Tail gunner.
Then turd burglars,
Holy
plural,
shit.
a person who causes intense fright to someone on the toilet.
What?
I don't know.
Oh.
As a person runs out of the bathroom screaming. As a person runs out of the bathroom screaming, the turd burglar steals the poop out of the toilet. That's the example they gave me.
Oh, that's the PG one. Holy cow.
Oh my god.
That's aggressive.
Okay.
Tail gunner. Oh man.
Okay. Everyone that's listening to this, that is not what I thought a turd burglar was. I don't know if I can keep it on my list now. I thought it was just like a funny. I thought it was just a funny haha. Turns out there's an alternate meaning to it. I just thought it was
Turns
funny
out.
to say.
Oh man.
So I think I'm gonna keep it on my list. I don't agree with what it was what it means.
Oh.
Yeah, every website I'm seeing is.
Yeah.
Well, according to
upsetting to find out.
ChatGPT says it's offensive slang phrase used to describe someone who steals or takes away fecal matter, often in a humorous or derogatory manner.
Oh my. I just thought it was funny.
Yeah. I think I have a feeling that both of us, I've been calling people turd burglars for probably close to 20 years now.
Yeah, I think I've been calling people them too.
I don't think there was a definition for it when I was calling people that. It was just something funny to call people.
Yeah, so this is saying the word is typically used in Australian English and British English. So maybe in those countries, or to the people, who speak that dialect of English, it means
that vernacular.
It means that.
Liv,
but
give
in
us,
America, it's just funny.
You gotta say it in a British accent now. Or Aussie, whichever one you can do better.
Probably British.
Let's hear it.
You're a turd burglar.
That's very good. Very good.
Thank you.
We'll have to have some British person on to say it.
Yeah. Can you confirm or deny? British people, if you're
Did
listening.
Sam, what's his name?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I'll
That's-
message him on like Instagram or something.
Not him. Anybody else?
What do you
Rip.
mean? He would be the best one for it.
Why? Because he is one.
I'll just say, what does turd burglar mean? Whoa.
Boom.
All right, time to move on.
Yeah. All right. My fourth one is going to be you're a tail gunner. That's so no.
That's funny.
So the one that I actually had on here was you're an ape.
Ooh.
Like you're
strong together.
you're an actual ape. Like you resemble a human, and you have the limbs, but yeah, I don't know. You might either have one too many or one too few chromosomes. I'm not really sure what's going on here.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're an ape. That's it. No laughs. Just very serious.
Yeah. No, that one works. I like it.
Yeah. That means it's a good one.
Yeah,
it's
true.
true.
A good one. You guys are going to use that now. I know it. I can feel it.
I like it.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
You're an ape tail gunner. There we go. Spruce it up.
Somehow makes it worse.
Yeah, I don't know if that's good or bad.
Oh, you're just a gay ape. I don't know what to say about it.
Oh, la 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 la.
It's 2025,
We're
dude.
gonna get canceled.
No, we're not. Hey, you know what? Here's what I hope. I hope some person finds this and finds themselves being very offended, and then they post our video, and it gets a lot of views on TikTok and X, and we get free advertisement, and a bunch of people find out who we are based off of you're an ape tail gunner. How wonderful would that be? I would laugh really hard.
That would be wild.
As the money flows in. Oh man. That's content.
True.
All right, anyway, SORIAH.
You're next. So I was kind of torn on this one. But I'm gonna go with, have you considered the benefits of a frontal lobotomy?
Whoa! I think it's D. Is it T or? Oh yeah.
Wow,
that's a good one.
Have you ever said that?
And that one, no, but I kind of want to now.
Oh. I mean, in the correct fashion, I suppose it could be a very effective insult.
Yeah, just, I could think of someone who could benefit, that we all know, that could benefit from the frontal lobotomy.
I feel like that's a good one for like if you're at a bar and some like super douche approaches you and just says something really dumb. You'd be like, yeah, you can say that.
This person that I'm thinking of, I could see doing that. This is also the person who thought 7-Eleven was the correct place to be spending or using their GTC. Marcus, you remember?
I'm picking up what you're putting down. It might be the same person I was talking about who should have been a blowjob, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, look at us. Look at us being mean girls. Cyberbullying. Make it great again.
I don't even know.
Hey, that would be the person who would come up to me at a bar and say some really off the wall.
That's true.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I got there.
Yeah.
Oh man, I don't know. I don't know where the last one that I had went. Hang on, I gotta find it. I accidentally deleted it out of my notes prematurely. Oh wait, I can hit the back button, I think.
You dingus. That's a pretty good
Oh,
one.
there we go. Okay. All right. The last time I saw something like you, I flushed it. You piece of shit. I've never said this, but I think it'd be hilarious. If someone's just being a total asswipe.
Yeah.
Ooh, asswipe.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's a good one. A lot of the initial ones I came up with were just like idiot, turd burglar, asswipe. Just
Yeah.
kind of standard like one-liners basically.
Mhm.
But then I used Google's help. And I found this one and I was like, dude, that is hilarious. Last time I saw something like you, I flushed it. I could just see someone like in Texas
Yeah.
or the South saying that.
Yeah.
So,
Dusty old man.
yeah. Good shit.
It reminds me of it's been circulating the Instagram in the last few weeks, which is it's a play on words for the pickup line of "Did it hurt when you fell out of someone's asshole, you fucking piece of shit."
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same vibe.
Classic.
100%.
All right, I think
All right.
that wraps it up. I think
Yeah.
SORIAH, you're up first for the stress management.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So this one, for those who also go to church, this one kind of ties into that, but is one that has become super important for me and helpful. It's called the Sabbath, but also for those who are maybe not religious, it's just intentional rest. Because I find like I will just lay and do nothing, and it's not actually restful because I'm like procrastinating different things. And so I'm like stressed the whole time I'm doing nothing because I should be doing things.
Yeah.
But then by setting aside like intentional time, whether it's a full day or just a couple hours to like reset and like recover from whatever, I actually find it helps me to manage everything else much better because I actually had time to like not think about doing those things and I didn't feel guilty about doing nothing.
That's very
And so
well
then I
done.
can go into tasks feeling not guilty from the beginning.
That's a good one.
Yeah. That's a
Yeah.
very good one. I feel like I'm kind of the same way. Like I'm not actively doing something, but I know there's things I could be doing. And
Yeah.
so yeah, it's not necessarily like it's not actual rest.
Yeah.
100%. That's a good one. I like it.
Yeah, because sometimes you're just like, it's a Wednesday afternoon and you're like, I don't have the energy for anything, so I'm just gonna lay here and do nothing and feel really guilty about it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Rather than like having a specific time to look forward to where you can just, you know what, on Wednesday night you can push through because you know all of Saturday you have just the chance to lay and not worry about it.
Right, and not
Super
do
smart.
anything. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
I like that a lot. I should start practicing it. Even if it's not like on a Sunday, you know.
Yeah. Well, and like mine, like I didn't start with like a whole day. I've gotten up to like 8 hours, I think. Because it's actually like I find it really challenging to just sit and like
yeah, it's hard.
it's hard. So I started with like 3 to 4 hours and then I've just slowly built up. And so now I'm at like running in between 8 to 12 hours depending on the day. And then
That's awesome. I feel like I
But I found
definitely
it's-
don't do that, but yeah. For sure.
it has been a game changer for me.
Yeah. I think my first one is sunlight. It sounds
I have one like
stupid.
that.
It sounds super stupid, but like I work in a building with no windows now, and I don't or haven't been spending as much time outside and in the sun, and I see the sun from like the cameras that we have like in our building. So like going outside and like what I'll do is like if I go check my phone or like I'll just try to break up my day a little bit by going outside and just like checking my phone in the sun or like just going out there and standing in the sun for a while. And it's not really that my job is super stressful or my life at this point is super stressful, but I feel like getting the sunlight that you need, because like you need it, is super beneficial and just like helps break up my day a little bit so I don't feel as like I don't know, like that I'm in a dungeon all day.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
A dungeon.
Even though I love my job a lot, there is no sunlight.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know,
It'll get
you should get your sunlight first thing in the morning, according to Andrew Huberman. 10 minutes sunlight every morning.
I know. I should. It's harder in the winter because by the time I'm like getting to work, the sun is like coming up. So it's definitely harder in the winter, but it's nice like the days that I work later, I try and go do stuff outside or like be in the sun more before I go into work later cuz I ain't going to see the sun till the next day basically once I go in. So
at least the sun comes out in your state in the wintertime. So
that's very true.
Don't
It was very sunny today.
Oh,
yeah.
It's time to get out of Oregon. Anyway, is it my turn?
Yep.
All right. Before I write it down, got a question for both of you and for the listeners. So when you're going through something stressful in life, what happens at nighttime when you go lay down?
Your mind starts racing and you can't settle down and sleep.
And what does it do when it's racing?
What do you mean?
So like, well, here's what happens to my brain. I will just think of the same situation. I'll just get like stun locked in it. I'll just think about it over and over and like what I could have said or what I should say if it's coming up and what could have been different. And like, it's just the same situation and I will run through the same thing, whatever I'm going through over and over and over and over again, the exact, or like, and then something is different every single time I run through it, but it's just very minor. So it's just this kind of like useless thing where you get stuck in your head. And you might spend, when I get really stressed out, this is what happens to me. I will lay in bed and it's interesting. I'll feel rested the next day, but I know I'm not, but I'll be up literally all night with my eyes closed and I'll just be running through the scenario or the situation or whatever over and over and over again. And the only thing that makes me be able to sleep when that shit's going on is writing it out.
Yeah.
Journaling is.
Yeah. And whether it's journaling or, you know, because I mean, people definitely swear by it. And if that works for you, that's great. I don't feel like I have to journal every night. And I feel that's, you know, maybe some people do. But
I don't for sure. But
it's a recent practice for me. As soon as something pops into my head that's like keeping me up for more than 10, 20 minutes, and I mean, whatever the amount of time is, sometimes you're in it for a couple hours before you even realize it. Kind of just stuck in a loop. And as soon as I realize it, however long that is, if I'm in bed, I'll take my phone out and I'll just go into my notes and I will type it out. And sometimes it might take me an hour, 2 hours to write it out. But that's still better than, like I lost some sleep that night. But I won't lose sleep for it the next night because I kind of got it all out.
Right.
Or I won't lose even more just sitting there thinking about it over and over and over again. So
Yeah.
whatever
For
you're
sure, dude.
feeling, write it out. And then a lot of times too is as you start writing it out, which is a skill. I think it's a skill to know how to, like, don't try to write anything cohesive at first. Just start whatever comes to your mind, just start writing it and just let the writing come out, whatever is feeling. And eventually you'll get to a point where it's starting to make a lot of sense and you'll actually probably discover some things that you didn't even think about as like causes or solutions. So
Yeah,
write it
for
out.
sure.
Yeah. Absolutely. My turn.
Yep.
So this one's kind of like Liv's. I call it photosynthesizing.
Okay.
Because it's sun and snacks.
Oh.
So I go outside and I go eat something because I don't think people realize how much not eating can impact your ability to manage stress. But like it can't be like your traditional like snack foods like your chips or goldfish or like I try to err on like fruit or veggies. Like I used to bring cucumbers to work and I would just eat these mini cucumbers.
Yeah. I remember.
Or I'll do like a little can of raspberries or something. So it's like good sugars, power for your brain, and then like you're taking 15 minutes to go sit in the sun and just kind of reset. If I need something to do to like get my brain unfocused from what was stressing me out, I'll do like a puzzle on my phone or something like that to just kind of like force my brain to disengage. But yeah, go and photosynthesize a bit.
Heck yeah. I like that. My next one, same vein as Marcus, whether you want to call it journaling or writing it out, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I think just putting your feelings down and getting it out, cuz like for me, I kind of mentioned it before, like I'm really not luckily in a stressful part of my life. I feel like at the moment in this past few months that I've had, which is really nice, which is like very not standard from like the norm, I feel like, of my life. Because I was just traveling all the time and I got to go do this, I got to go do that. And like there was just always something coming up on the horizon that I kind of, in a way, was like stressing about, essentially. Or like, God, I have to find a job and like we're moving and this and that. And like we're just settled and I'm settled in my job and like just happy in life, basically. But sometimes I'll find myself like getting like annoyed about really small things. And if I just go like write it down or like either type it in the notes on my phone or actually write it in the like journal that I have, then I don't take it out on like other people. Like Eddie, prime example. So yeah, I kind of started doing that. I don't know, but like kind of last fall, I'd say. Kind of started that journaling journey, and I feel like it's been beneficial just getting it out. Or like, I mean, like Marcus was saying, or there have been times in my life where before I really started like journaling, I would just write it out, and then I can just like kind of process it on my own and then like move on.
Yeah. Makes sense.
I think the other really helpful thing with just writing it down is don't, and this is the importance of journaling and like your writing being private, where you can write out, like don't throttle yourself at all. Just
Exactly.
just say everything you're feeling.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter
because
how
it's for you and
aggressive.
you only. Yeah.
Yeah. And so the more important piece of this is like, it doesn't matter if it's the most hateful, violent, scary thing you've ever like admitted to yourself, but you write it down. Then you come back the day after and you like look through your notes. And I feel like it gives you this little bit of clarity that like, hey, when I'm when I'm feeling emotional, I probably shouldn't be communicating externally because this is the stuff that I'm feeling. And now that I'm chilled out and I have some disassociation from that situation, this is not a reasonable reaction. Whereas like I feel like some people get stuck in, they don't do that enough and they just think that their reactions are reasonable.
Yep.
Whereas and nobody is ever going to be able to tell that person that you're unhinged. Only you having the chance to either, if you record, maybe you do a video journal, I don't know, whatever, but like you don't have a chance to see an unobstructed view of what it is that you've said unless you write it down completely unobstructed and then read it later and you're like, whoa, I was in the feels.
Yeah,
exactly. It just gives you a little bit of perspective that like, hey, you know what? Now, and then so the follow on to that is once you start recognizing what kind of emotion and what intensity of emotion brings out what intensity of feeling through journaling, now you can start recognizing in the moment, oh, this is an intensity 9. And I know I should stop communicating at an intensity of 6 or whatever yours is,
Yeah.
because above 6, I start saying some pretty awful, hateful things.
Yeah.
So I'm going to chill out.
For the verbal processors like me, because I really struggle with journaling because I don't feel like it scratches that same, I do voice notes. So like I'll go into a room by myself and I'll just like record a voice note so that I'm like verbally processing through things and I'll like listen to it back.
Phone.
It's not usually yelling, but sometimes there's elevated tone. But no, yeah, and I think it's similar to that of like getting the emotions out so that you can have that like, because for me, like I am such a verbal processor that like I can't move on unless I've had a conversation about it. So I just force myself to have a conversation with myself. And that's kind of, if any other verbal processors out there struggle with journaling, that's my little workaround for that.
So I have a curious question here. Maybe verbal processors is a thing. I'm not saying it isn't. We'll call this a conspiracy theory. What if
you're jumping ahead?
Yeah. What
Just
if?
Kidding.
And this will, once you read the Shame book, this would be interesting to double back on. If writing it down is like too visceral. And it's too I mean, granted, like if you're doing voice notes, it's still like it still exists in the ether and you've said it out loud. So maybe that's what disproves this. But my initial feeling is, what if you don't like writing it down because it's too physical now, and now you have to admit that you've said that thing. Whereas if you're just ranting,
it's not so much. It's not so much that for me. I think it's genuinely like, because I talk so fast and like move between topics that like I genuinely like I can't write fast enough to process. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you're.
And so like I can't, like, writing slows it down too much that it almost like prevents me from getting to what I'm actually feeling.
Mm-hmm. Your ADHD is too powerful.
Yeah, I guess.
Feel that.
It's too advanced.
And so like I can't like
I
writing.
Feel that.
I cannot keep the like.
My brain skips around a lot while I'm writing. That's for sure. So I kind of have to, like, it's kind of harder for me to keep on track, which is why, like, I feel like if it's something that like Eddie and can like help me with, I'll normally talk to him about like a stressor. Because I feel like I feel like I'm kind of the same way. But if it's something that like I don't want to get upset with either like Eddie or my family, or like for some reason I'm just like annoyed that day, then I'll resort to trying to process it myself and start journaling.
Yeah.
But no, I totally get that, because like my brain moves a million miles a minute when I'm like stressed or trying to work through something. So like I totally get that.
Yeah. And like sometimes I'll call my sister and like we'll work through it together, but like, and she's really good at, even when I'm like sounding very frustrated and angry about things, she's like knows it's not directed at her. So
Right.
she's really good at like working through a lot of that stuff. But if either she's like not available or I don't really like, I need to work through it on my own, I'll use voice notes. And a lot of times I'll go back through and like write it down and like process through, like, is that a reasonable, rational reaction of someone not in fight or flight? And the answer is always no. So
Always.
And so then I'll like be able to journal out what a more reasonable response would be. But the initial processing of things, I just can't.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I usually, when I'm writing things down, I do it on the computer because I can write way faster on a keyboard, and I have like multiple bullet points going, and I'd like jump between them as I'll start on one, and then I have a sidetrack, and I just hit enter and start writing a new one, and then I'll just start jumping between thoughts.
I can't.
and then
I feel like I
clean it up.
can't do that.
Oh, I'm also a turbo nerd who's been computering since I was like 6. So
Ooh,
I'm
turbo nerd.
I'm basically
that
a
insult.
cyborg at this point.
Cyborg.
Okay.
That's funny.
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
All right, I'm actually going to do this. So this should be first. Breathing practice.
That's my next
one. And the reason I actually moved this one above writing, not that this is in any order, but this is usually how I deal because stress management. So if there's all sorts of different breathing practices, slash, we'll call it yoga nidra. Thanks, Huberman. Which is just like a voice talking through, it's like a focus exercise of you putting your focus, and it's almost if the way that I do it, yoga nidra, that is. So you just lay down, and it's this voice talking through basically all of your main joints. I guess everybody does it slightly differently. I like the ones that go through all the main joints of your body, and you have to put all of your focus in that area for a few seconds, and then they tell you to go to the next part. So like, for example, they might start at your right shoulder, and you have to like, the way that I know that all of my focus is going correctly is I get kind of like it's not like a physical buzzing, but it's almost like a buzzing. And if the area gets really warm, so it's almost like, I don't think it's actually happening, but it's like the way that I think about it is like a focused blood flow to the area. And then there'll be like elbow. So then you focus on your elbow and you kind of start feeling this warm, tingly thing in your elbow. And then wrist, and then the thumb, index finger, whatever, right? And then that goes through your whole body, and you're like breathing the whole time. Or just a breathing, I don't know, box breathing. Works really well too. And usually I'd say 92% of the time, what breathing practice / yoga nidra chills me out, and I'm fine, and I'm good. It helps me deal with it. I go to sleep, whatever, no big deal. But then there's times where whatever is going on is irritating enough to where I can't focus on my breathing technique. And like, or like I'm listening to yoga nidra and I'm like trying to fall asleep, and I'm trying to listen to the voice in my ear of what to focus on. and it just keeps being interrupted by whatever is happening in my mind and whatever I'm thinking about. And that's my note to start writing. At that point, I just turn off. Forget the breathing practice, all that. None of that's not going to work. I need to get whatever is out in my head. Just get that shit out of your head. And so that's usually when I'll write. So breathing practice / yoga nidra. I could explain yoga nidra way more, but just Google it. Try it. It seems real hippie, like fake medicine stuff, but 9 out of 10 times I'm in the deepest sleep I've ever been in within like 5 to 7 minutes of listening to yoga nidra. It just puts me out. That's it.
Yeah, that's good.
I like breathing techniques and stuff are super important. And I thought I was going to do that one next, but I actually am going to do this one first. And the reason for that is because this is more of a preparation so that you avoid, I guess for me, stress management is more about like tasks that need to be accomplished. Although sometimes it is like interactions with people, but I more often get overwhelmed with like all of the different things I need to get done. So decomposition. So I will break down whatever tasks that need to be accomplished into like the subtasks and time block those. And then basically once I get to the end of that block of time, you just, no matter how far you got done, whether it got done or not, you move on to the other thing. And then you can have like a excess time block for like anything that didn't get accomplished or needed to get done. Like you can add that in. But for me, like allocating time like that way I'm not, because I will get tunnel vision on a task and I could just hyper focus for 8 hours and not do anything else and then forget that I needed to get everything else done. So like I'll time block 30 minutes for reviewing my email inbox and I don't get to start on any of the tasks in my email until I've gone through either my entire inbox or the 30 minutes is up. And so then it's like, okay, now that I've identified like the different things that need to be accomplished, I'll go through and say, okay, cool. Now that I know what was in my inbox plus whatever was outstanding, I'll go back through and like, okay, I need to do these things. I can take 30 minutes for this, an hour for that. And then the big projects, you just sprinkle in time throughout the day. That way you're not ignoring the big tasks with like longer deadlines. At least that's how it works for me. And that helps me to kind of not get overwhelmed with the sheer number of things that need to be accomplished.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah.
I should start doing that.
To-do lists, priority lists, time blocking.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, 100%. I like that one. My next one is less coffee. It sounds stupid, but there was a point in my life where I feel like I was drinking way too much coffee, and like obviously coffee can contribute to anxiety or more stress. If you're drinking too much of it. So I backed off on the coffee and I really only have like 1 to 2 cups a day. And I always wait until after I eat something to have it now, because doing coffee on an empty stomach is like a disaster for me. Nowadays. I feel like eating something and then having like a cup or 2 of coffee a day, period, dot. That's it. That's what I limit myself to. And then like I'm not as like anxious, I guess. So I feel like less coffee has helped me a lot.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Found that one out the real hard way. But we figured it out.
It literally exhausts your adrenals and triggers cortisol. So
yeah, I know. So I'm like 1 to 2 cups, perfect.
You know. Which one do I want to do next? So I'll do this one as an honorable mention based off of, I don't know, you just said something that made me think of this one, but I'm not going to do the whole thing. It's like trying to understand, it kind of comes from the writing it down to try to understand why you're stressed. And more specifically, I focus on like, what happens if I fail? Because most of the time, it's not that serious. Other than the like,
Yeah.
okay, some project didn't get done. And then someone will be like, hey, you didn't get that project done. I'll be like, yeah, I'm really sorry. That's kind of it. And I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Why am I so stressed about this? I used to stress a lot about, well, it is a good thing to stress about, but it's also kind of a silly thing to super stress about. Just like making it to work on time. So like if you're that stressed about it, either just get up 5 minutes earlier and stop blaming the world, or just like don't worry about it that much. It's not that, like, just show up on time most of the time and it's probably fine. I know the military is a funny place where, I guess in the corporate world too, civilian life, if you clock in late, you're fucked. But that's just kind of my example where like I used to stress about being late to things so much, and you would have never caught me doing road rage unless I was late to something. Now it's just like, I'm late. Should have planned my life better. Like, let me just note that down and do tomorrow better instead of like freaking out about it now, because it's pointless to freak out about it now. It's already spent. Like, it's done. The hand's been played. Can't do anything about it.
Right.
So take it on the chin. And then, understand what happens if you fail, because most of the time it's probably not that big of a deal. And if it is a big deal, you probably should have done a lot more to prep for it, so you weren't so stressed out about it for right now. But my next one is going to be working out. All of those things like cortisol and all the bad juju stuff, like working out quite literally burns all of that. And then some people say that it's like you don't have the energy for negative thoughts. And I guess if you want to think of it that way, that's fine. The outcome is the same, whether it's that you just don't have the energy for it. I think it's more like you burn the energy that uses that. Like you burn the excess bullshit out of your brain and out of your body. And then you don't have those feelings anymore. And there's, I think it was just like 3 to 6 months ago, they found a new part of the brain that grows, and it's essentially, I forget what the part of the brain is called, but it's related to, think of the word grit, like a person that has a lot of grit. They're just able to endure and overcome. And every time you do something that like you don't want to do, or it's not an and statement, it's an or statement, or you do something that is difficult to do, this part of your brain gets a little bit bigger, and it's your capacity to endure. And a lot of times I feel like stress is when you start getting overwhelmed by stress, the overwhelming part of stress is your lack of endurance. And exercise specifically stokes this little part of your brain that builds not physical endurance, but mental endurance to stay in control and stay calm under heavy pressure. And that's working out is physical pressure, but it's also the mental, I have a goal and I'm working towards it, and I'm physically working hard X amount of days a week towards it. And some days when it's really hard, those are the most important days. you really don't feel like going today because you didn't get enough sleep last night, but you get up and you go anyway. So one, you burn the energy. We'll just say, because that's a simple way to say it. It's an oversimplification, I think, but whatever. It burns the energy that gives you the ability to be stressed later. So you just don't have that because it's gone. And two, it builds, it strengthens this part of your brain that makes you have more grit. Is I think the correct adjective. Is that the right?
Yeah.
Descriptive word. Yeah. Sorry, that's my immigrant self not being smart at English.
That's
No,
okay. English speakers
yeah.
are smart at English either.
True. Yeah.
That's it.
Heck yeah.
Okay. Love that. Mine's a similar vein. So this is another thing having a dog has helped me with. And while I do this, I go on a morning walk every morning with my dog. And on that walk, because walking him takes zero critical thought at this point, thankfully, I box breathe, and then personally, I also pray about my day, but this is time where I'm not focused on what needs to be done that day. I'm just focused on starting out it's almost like meditation, I think, if that's the way you go about it. But this is like a meditative walk essentially, and then adding in the box breathing of just starting off the day with a little bit of exercise. Obviously, not high effort exercise. You're not exerting a lot, but you're getting moving. Intentional about your oxygen intake, and making sure your body is actually processing that and you're not taking too much oxygen. And then the prayer part of it is a personal aspect that helps me start the day off on the right foot. But whether that's meditation or whatever you do is up to you. But this is one thing that just starting with that morning walk every day, not thinking about everything that needs to be accomplished, automatically going into the stress of the day, just leaving time designated in the morning first thing to just be reflective and contemplative of just kind of in the present, has helped me a lot as well.
For sure. And you get sunshine. Boom.
Well, that's only if the sun is up.
That's true. Even
It
so,
usually
they
isn't
say
at 5 in the morning.
so. It's actually, well, according to Huberman and the studies that he's done, it's actually not about the sunlight. It's about the horizon and the rising of the sun. Sets your clock and your cones and rods in your eyes, set your body clock based off of the sun's position. You don't see it. The sun is rising, so you know it's dawn, and that's the important part.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that makes sense.
For the listeners that don't know what box breathing is, could you describe box breathing?
Yeah, so you essentially inhale through your nose for 4 seconds, hold it for 4 seconds, exhale oftentimes to your mouth for 4 seconds, hold that for 4 seconds, and then you just cycle through it. And it initially will feel very why am I thinking about breathing so much? But it essentially resets your breathing pattern. And also, for those who have a hard time turning your brain off, it gives your brain something to focus on, so that you can stop thinking about other things, which is part of why it's helpful for anxiety and different things like that, because it gives something to ground you. But yeah, box breathing in a nutshell.
Yeah, and well, we'll say 4 seconds is quite. If you've never done box breathing, you should try it. 4 seconds is aggressive, especially if you're walking.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's true.
That will catch up with you really quick. The other thing that box breathing
I built up to that one. Yeah.
It builds up your CO2 tolerance, and it will slow your resting heart rate significantly. So I did active box breathing stuff for about 2 weeks, and my resting heart rate went from like 52 down to like 43 in like 2 weeks.
Yeah, I kind of freaked my doctor out the last time I went in.
Yeah, it's crazy how fast it does, and like but then I was also doing it running. So I think running I worked up to 3 seconds, a 3-second
It's
cycle.
intense.
Yeah, it's not. Well, I will say I was running very slow. It's like a 14 or 15 minute mile pace. You're basically walking. And 3 seconds was it was difficult. Like 5 minutes was kind of as far as I could make it. Usually I do my box breathing. If I do it, it's like while I'm trying to go to sleep. So like getting ready for bed. And even early on, like when you first start, 2 seconds inhale, hold, 2 second exhale, hold for 2 seconds. After about a minute or two, you might find yourself struggling to keep that up when you're first doing it. But once you start getting, I think there's actually an equation too that you can do that, like basically if I forget there's a number that once you're if you're not at a certain number for 5 minutes, if you can't do it for 5 minutes, you're like super out of shape, and box breathing will help a ton. And it makes you better. The amount that it helps your endurance is ridiculous because it builds your CO2 capacity so much that you can run, walk, exercise, whatever for longer without it really
interesting. Hurting. Yeah, it has a really interesting, at least I feel like I've experienced an interesting like cognitive processing impact. I think it has a lot to do with like how much oxygen is going into your brain. And just one of those, like, I won't hold it for 4 seconds, but sometimes I'll just sit and do it at my desk for 2 or 3 seconds, and my ability to like focus and actually process what I'm working through goes up quite a bit.
Well, when people have a panic attack, they are it's hypoventilating, not hyperventilating.
Yeah.
So hypoventilating means you're getting too much air, and the reason you breathe into a bag is to bring your blood levels of oxygen back to normal, and that calms you down. So if you're having an anxiety attack, but I mean, I think it would be really difficult to focus on box breathing in the middle of an anxiety attack.
So,
but to ward off.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be done in a second. So to ward off anxiety, if anxiety in an anxiety attack, you're getting too much oxygen, you breathe into a bag to bring in more CO2 to balance you out. You can use box breathing to ward off an anxiety attack or just anxiety in general. I don't know that you'd have to be very self-aware to realize that it's coming on and then start box breathing and stay in the mentality of I guess if you practice, but yeah, that would be difficult. But just
it would take a lot of control.
Yeah, just in a general
Speaking from someone who has had anxiety attacks before, I can feel when it's coming on, and I immediately just start focusing on my breathing. Immediately, because I've had to do that before. Actually, for example, I have like severe medical anxiety all of a sudden, and I think I know what it stems from, but we don't have to go into that here. Yeah, so Eddie and I went out to Valentine's Day lunch, and we're like sitting there eating and everything's like normal, and this guy at like a couple tables like over from where we were, this lady gets up and starts holding his head up, and I'm like, oh fuck, like I really just can't deal with this or like look at this, and like my heart's starting to race right now just like talking about it. Basically my worst nightmare happened. Like paramedics had to come in, they were hooking this guy up to all this shit. He was like unconscious but still breathing, and like I've taken CPR, so I was like almost like jumped into action. But anyway, moral of the story, I have like crazy medical anxiety. And like all I could do the entire time was just like zone out and just focus on breathing. I didn't even finish my lunch. I couldn't do like anything. I was just focusing on my breathing because I'll like work myself up about shit like that. And I was like, I can't even think about it. So like, I mean, I almost got up and just like walked outside and like had to like take a step back. I don't know why. Like, I have crazy medical anxiety now, but box breathing 100% works, and I feel like I need to practice it more just in my like everyday life. But
yeah, 5 minutes before bed is.
Oh yeah, 100%. It makes me fall asleep like a baby.
Yeah, and it's
like
easy.
Focusing on my breathing. Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's good. It's super good, super beneficial. I had that on my list, but Eddie told me I need to talk about this one.
Oh boy.
So I guess I have some explaining to do. So when I was a little girl, I used to have this thing called nubby. Okay? Sounds weird. It is weird.
Is that what you had, or is that what you were?
No, I was stupid. No, okay, so I called this thing nubby, and it was like an old beat up rag, and it had like these like pieces sticking off it, and for some reason I would just like tickle those pieces. This sounds really weird. Like with my like fingers.
You would tickle the nubby?
Yes. Okay.
Is this why Eddie wanted you to talk about it?
Yes.
You tickle his nubby?
No, not like that, you weirdo. Anyway, so I did it from the time I was like a little kid, and I used to like, you know how kids suck their thumb? I used to suck my index finger and my middle finger, but
you're so weird.
Dude, I do it upside down. Like, so my
What?
hand would be flipped upside down, like nails down in
You're
my mouth.
An
and
actual ape.
Dude, literally. And so like, just super weird, wild shit. Okay, well,
you're a weird
so
kid.
I kept nubby, and I would like sleep with it, and like just like before bed, just like have it next to me, and like tickle it. God, dude, this sounds so weird. Damn it, Eddie.
I'm glad you have
You're
something,
stimming.
but this is so good.
You're stimming.
Okay, yeah, basically stimming. Yeah, exactly. And so, I had nubby for a long time until I left it at a hotel in Las Vegas of all fucking places, bro. Okay, and
That was somebody's nubby rag.
I called the hotel. It was New York, and we were there like passing through on a family vacation. And I called them, and I was like, "Oh, there's this rag that I like left in the room, and it's mine." And they're like, "Sorry, kid, it's gone." And I was like, "No." Okay, so I lost the OG nubby, and then I just like kind of like by proxy forced myself to just like not have that anymore. And so for a while there I didn't have anything. Then here's where it gets even more.
Now you have Eddie. Eddie is your new nubby.
No, stop. No.
You can take him anywhere.
So then, you know, like the seams of like shirts that like stick out, and there's like the stitching on it. The inside, bro. Come on.
Yeah.
The inside seams where there's like stitching. I started tickling that stuff. Okay, and so I had this old. Okay, I had this old fucking t-shirt, and like this is so embarrassing. I had it on deployment. Like I was doing this as I was like a full adult, and I would just sleep with the shirt and like tickle it, and it just fucking calmed me down. I haven't. So okay, I've grown up. Okay, and like obviously I had to tell Eddie about this, Okay, because like, you know, there's like a t-shirt that like I want to sleep with, but I'm not wearing the t-shirt. It's just like in the bed. Or I would like bring it everywhere with me, like tack it. Okay.
Put it in a fanny pack.
So no, it's too big
You
for that.
should.
So I had to
How big of a
explain all
t-shirt
the,
is it?
oh, it's like an extra large t-shirt.
Oh my god.
So I had to explain all this to Eddie, and he was just kind of like, "What the fuck?" But he loves me, loves me anyways. All of this to say, I haven't tickled in a long time. It's been a while. Well, by a long time, I guess I mean like 6 months.
I'm so proud
Dude,
of
and
you,
I'm
Olivia.
fucking 26 years old, dude. This is so embarrassing. I'm gonna kill Eddie for making.
The
He was like,
tickler,
"No, you
dude.
should talk about it." And now everyone's laughing and like, "Fuck, dude." Anyway,
You are the tickler.
I guess that's like a fun fact about me. Like, you know, like fidget toys. I equate that to like a fidget. A fidget for me is like doing that, and like I would only do it really like in bed. That sounds even worse.
The tickler.
I'm just tickling in bed. But you know what's kind of weird too? The same thing. Like I am like kind of like morbidly obsessed with like picking my split ends in my hair.
Dude, so
And so like I feel like
Same.
that's that. Yeah, whatever, Marcus. So I feel like that has also been like stim, I guess, if you want to call it that.
yeah.
But yeah, so I guess
So
I'll
is-
just write. I'll just write on here shirt tickles or tickles. I don't know.
So
Shirt tickles
so is-
/ nubby.
So is every girl just autistic, or is it just?
Well, I think there's a lot higher percentage of girls autistic than currently diagnosed. But I wouldn't say there's all.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'll second
Um,
that.
Anyway, that's like super like deep dark secret that
That's
has
not a
come
dark
out.
secret at all.
Yeah, but
It's-
it's not
it's wholesome.
like it's not something I'm like proud of. Well, what do? I fucking tickle a shirt to fall asleep at night. I don't
This is-
anymore because I'm fucking grown up.
6
Even though I was
months
doing it
ago.
6 months ago. I grew up, okay?
Well, hey, there's
Anyway,
a lot
it's-
worse things to do. So
Yeah, obviously I could be fucking doing drugs. You know what I mean? But like,
here's
yeah,
an idea.
it just calmed, dude. It would just calm me down.
To be honest, I'm on my like business start a business like
Oh
phase
no.
of life. You have a business idea here called the Nubby, and you could
No.
and it's just
That
like a
has to be
piece.
thing already.
Yeah, SORIAH could quilt or knit or crochet. That's the
Crochet?
word I was looking for.
Yeah, but you got to use like the stitching. It's got to
What?
tickle real good on your fingertips.
Your
Yeah, but you do like a.
go ahead.
For,
Huh?
I
I
was
think
just gonna say that there's a stitch that I can think of that would probably fit that like extra
Weird.
part.
Yeah, and
Weird.
you just exploit all the autism in the world right now. I mean, it's guaranteed to succeed.
Yeah.
That's true.
You're
All
welcome.
those fidget toys that blew up.
I want a royalty
Yeah.
of 2% when you're a billionaire. Just so you know.
Yeah, so I don't really do it anymore, and as much as I would love to put fucking exercising, working out on my list, it's kind of it's fallen off for me, which is also embarrassing, but it's something that I need to get back on. And I was gonna put walking, but Eddie's like, talk about your nubby. So here we are now.
Thank you, Eddie.
Fuck.
That is I haven't laughed that hard in a long time. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you, even though you weren't laughing.
Mm-hmm.
That's great.
It's fine. It's fine, dude. Now the whole world knows. So if you see me with
True.
a t-shirt that is the one that I'm not wearing, mind your business.
Yeah. You're just trying not to have a meltdown.
Yeah, Nubby's come to like almost every drill with me, so.
Oh, well.
Or my shirt has come to like every drill with me, so. Well, there you have it.
I can't believe I lived with you and I didn't know.
I don't let people know because it's. I'm
have shame
embarrassed
about
by
it.
I have a lot of shame about it because it's weird.
You shouldn't.
Olivia's been reading the shame
I
book.
think it's less weird than you think.
Olivia's weird.
Olivia is learning about shame and she's growing. Great. Proud of you.
Only thing to grow on.
I'm not being facetious when I say that.
It's okay.
Is it my turn? Because I have one that's way healthier than a nubby.
Okay.
It's drinking.
Oh, drinking alcohol?
Oh yeah. No, I'm just kidding.
I was going to say my honorable mention is a bi-monthly burnout, so drinking fits right in with that.
What's a bi-monthly burnout?
It's like about every 60 days, you just burn out.
What do you do when you burn out? Like in your car?
No, you like can't do anything for days.
Oh, yeah. I definitely get that. Sometimes I'm like, am I manic? Like, did I just get over my manic phase and now I'm depressed? Is that what's going on? Am I bipolar?
It's called burnout.
To-do list / priority list. That's my last one. So kind of been with the time blocking thing. So,
yeah,
if my breathing practices isn't working, if writing ain't doing shit, if working out ain't doing it, maybe I just like need to write down what it is that I have to do and then just start. Oh, you know what would be an honorable mention is doing some research and understanding how dopamine works. That is a fantastic stress management technique because if you understand how dopamine works, you can hijack that system. Because I feel like most people operate, and this is what you just said, you have your bi-monthly burnout. People operate on motivation rather than the word is not dedication, but it's the only one I can think of right now. Discipline. Like you should be working off of discipline. Most people are working off of motivation, and motivation dies pretty damn quick.
Yeah.
And motivation dies because motivation is a dopamine feeling. And like you get motivation from gaining dopamine, and dopamine you get by planning the future. So, and accomplishing tasks. So, to-do list, you write down what you have to do, you get dopamine, and as you check things off of your to-do list, you're just riding this high of dopamine. So, you shouldn't do it forever. This is your get rich in, 5 minutes little hack.
Get rich quick scheme.
Yeah, this is not a do forever. It's to, if you're stuck on the couch and you can't get up and you're like, I have so many things to do, but I'm gonna lay here instead. If you run into that problem a lot because you don't have enough motivation to do anything about your stress. Stupid as it sounds, I mean, literally put like fold socks, do dishes, get off couch, go outside, put those all on a to-do list and then check them off. And you're quite literally hijacking your dopamine system and getting yourself off the couch. It just like it's literally a life hack. Oh, that should be another life hacks. That's a topic. Maybe we already have it on the list.
True.
All right.
Yeah, no, that's a real one.
You know what? Let's call this instead of calling it a to-do list, we'll call it dopamine hacking. How about that?
Ooh, fancy.
In other words, I need a pee break. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
Yeah.
Either way, I need about 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, conspiracies it is. I think it's you, Liv.
Oh,
Yep.
yes, it
Starting.
is. Okay. All right. So for me, okay, super quick question. Are these conspiracy theories we believe in, or like are Mount Rushmore of just like conspiracy theories in general?
Just your favorites. You can believe
Okay.
in them. You
Yeah.
don't have to.
Okay. Okay. My first one on the list, don't believe it at all, is the moon landing is fake. I okay. Yo. I think the moon landing is super real. 100% believe NASA, everything. We went to the moon like 100%. And the fact that people don't believe that, I'm like, are you dumb or are you stupid? Like, are you kidding? Because
Well, they're
like people
stupid
have gone
idiots.
as, I mean, yeah, they're turd burglars, but I don't know how people don't think it's real. Do you guys both believe in the moon? Like, do you think it really happened, or do you guys think it's fake?
I think it happened.
Same.
I think it happened. I just think there's some interesting events that occurred around it. So, like, why
Yeah.
did what do you mean we lost all of the code that enabled the moon landing right after it happened and we couldn't repeat it? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's weird.
I think yeah, definitely. And like, yeah, I've watched like documentaries on it before, and like my family, like we had one of my grandparents, like really good friends, worked on the LEM, which is like the lunar module. So the one that went from the command module, the one that actually went down to the lunar surface. Like he worked for NASA on the LEM, and he's like, they 100% like went to the moon. I mean, he worked for NASA, so like the naysayers will be like, well, obviously he said that. But, like, he worked on the lunar module. That was his whole job. So like, well, I don't know. That's I guess an example, but man, I don't know how people think it's fake. I get it, I guess, but like, no way, man. We went to the moon, brother. We won the space race for show.
There's a whole psychological phenomena around conspiracy theories, which is that like once you accept that the government lied to you about one thing, how do
Yeah.
you stop yourself from thinking that they lied to you about everything? Which is
Yeah, it's like, what's the
basically
line?
it's the same concept of people flat earthers. Like how do you actually believe in flat earth? And it's just what is flat earth theory really? It's just you refusing to believe that anything anyone's ever told you is reality.
So since you just said that, I'm gonna skip ahead of it because that is number 2 on my list, the flat earth theory.
Yeah.
What in the actual mother F? Are you kidding me? So there's a documentary, I think it's called Behind the Curve. If you've never watched it, you should watch it because it's freaking ridiculous. These people are absolutely ridiculous. And I could not talk about conspiracy theories without talking about the flat earth theory because these people are crackheads, dude.
Yeah. I'm glad you put it on your list now. I don't have to put it on mine.
Yeah.
Anyway, I got my first 2 out of the way, but
well, on the flat earth theory, that one is, I've gone several deep dives on that one, and Marcus has been around for some of the conversations because we had it at the unit. But it's one of my favorites to like tell people that I'm a flat earther because watching their face and I know enough about it now to like really sell it.
yeah,
but
she's not a flat earther, everybody. Just so everyone's she's not a flat earther. She's just trolling people.
Yeah.
Yes.
But like they probably it probably changes their perception of you. If you told me you're a flat earther, I immediately like everything you say to me is like null and void. Like, for example, my I don't know. Well, whatever. My stepsister's ex-boyfriend, he came over to like our house and he was sitting on the couch and Apollo 13 was on the like Tom Hanks movie about how it was the mission where the command module is having like problems and they like or like there's an oxygen leak and they weren't going to be able to go down to the moon and have enough like gusto and oxygen and shit to get them back, basically. Like it was just like a dead module. And we were like, oh yeah, Apollo 13, like I love that movie, it's great. And so we started watching it and he's like, yeah, I don't think like this, like the moon landing's fake. And we're like, shut up, like whatever, so quit messing around with us. And he's like, no, like I genuinely don't believe in it. And I was like, are you both my brother and I were like, wait, are you serious right now? He's like, yeah. We were like, no way. And he was dead serious. And we were like, yeah, okay. You'll never be in the family. And well, they broke up, so
Bummer.
yeah. Yeah. Anyway, those are my first two. Moon landing's fake and flat earth theory, man.
It's all fun and games until Trump's new thing proves that moon landing didn't happen.
Yeah.
Stop. Don't even say that.
Mm-hmm. All right. My first one
Okay.
is going to be this one for the exact reason that I just said, that how people get to flat earth theory, which is once you accept that somebody has told you a lie about something, now it blows open the whole gate of like, well, what else have they lied about? So my first one is going to be JFK.
Yes. So I low key, I think LBJ did it.
Mm-hmm.
There's no low key about it.
Yeah,
like 100%. He wanted to be president.
There's
what
a
do you
recording.
do?
Have you heard the recording?
Mm-hmm.
No.
The phone call.
Oh yeah.
There's
No. I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah, and then there's a bunch of, and we'll get into a little bit more, but like a lot of the CIA involvement and like it's actually tied directly into MK Ultra if you find the right documents. But yeah, JFK and LBJ and a few other pieces of that puzzle. But
yeah, so this one is like the one that there is so much in this one specific one that once you accept that the CIA and or the government may have colluded to kill a sitting president, the next few that come along on my list become a lot more plausible. So this is a bit of manipulation here to start with this one. But so there's the magic bullet theory, which ties in with how many shooters were there. So according to the current standing accepted thing by whatever it wasn't the Warren Commission, but the statement by the government is that he was shot one time and the bullet entered his throat, turned around like 180, ricocheted and hit another person, and then ricocheted back and hit him again in the head. That's the actual current like agreed upon theory. One bullet hit him twice.
Okay.
The video of like how he is like how he reacted when he got shot, and then like the medical reports of like, oh, it's a trach hole, and you're like, what?
And how did he get shot in the back of the head?
That's the magic bullet that hit him twice.
Yeah, and that
and the interesting part of that is the Warren Commission. So Warren was the person who was set as the head investigator, and the Warren Commission was like the House committee thing that like was put together to research the assassination. The Warren Commission claims that there were 3 shooters. And then the House committee itself, so the House did an investigation by itself, said that there's 4 shooters, and the 4th one was on the grassy knoll. But the official word that came out of the investigation was that it was 1 shooter with 1 bullet that hit him twice. So that's fucking ridiculous. Whether it wasn't, like that should be cleared up no matter what. It just makes too many questions. but that absolutely didn't happen. That's ridiculous. LBJ is
Even that trajectory.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. There's in
Yeah.
the video also, as they turn the corner to go down that road, the Secret Service, they get a radio call to back off of the car, and the video of the Secret Service guys, they stop and they just start looking around and they put their hands up like, what? Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
And so Secret Service is supposed to be running along the side of the car, creating like a barrier, like a body shield, and they get called off, and then he gets shot from allegedly one person, but actually 3 or 4 shooters, which is basically guaranteed to be true.
Yeah.
LBJ is a giant piece of shit. There's the recording, and then there's the entire. McNamara, who was the Department of Defense or the Chief of Staff. He was the Chief of the Defense stuff. I'm pretty sure. Nonetheless, he wrote a book about being the Secretary of Defense. That's what it is. He's the Secretary of Defense. He wrote a book about being the Secretary of Defense for JFK and LBJ and everything that happened with Vietnam. And none of what he says incriminates the CIA directly, but everything, once you start tying in what he was saying about what was going on in Vietnam and all of the intel services coming out saying like, one, that we need to start a war with Vietnam, and then JFK didn't want to. Bay of Pigs happens, and JFK goes to go after the CIA about it, and all the same while essentially refusing to enter into Vietnam, and then he dies, and then LBJ takes over. There's a recording of LBJ saying that he deserved to die. Essentially, that's what he says. And then he just unleashes the entire military industrial complex on Vietnam. Even though all the military intel says this isn't working. Nothing we're doing here makes sense. We need to stop what we're doing. And LBJ just says, quite literally, just bomb and more. So they had like reports that were like, what's the effect of us carpet bombing all of Vietnam? It's only making them angrier and calcifying them against us. And LBJ was like, well, just drop another 100,000 bombs on them, and then we'll see what it's like. See how they react to that. Essentially, just free money to the military industrial complex. There's that whole part of it. Crazy. I have a lot more, but we're in a hurry because we have another 35 minutes before SORIAH's coffee shop closes.
Into something.
So
yeah.
JFK.
On that note, I'm going to go into the most complex one. And now I talked to Marcus a little bit about this. Well, very briefly, just ask if you had heard of it. Liv, have you heard of Plum Island / you may have heard of Lab 257?
No, I have not, but I'm Googling it right now.
You're not going to find a ton on like what I'm going to get into. I'll give some backstory because it's relevant, but Plum Island is basically it's a biological disease lab in the United States. It's an island off the coast of Long Island. Initially stood up by the Army, but then traded hands over to the USDA, which is because it gets into like agriculture and how different diseases could impact United States agriculture. But basically how it came about goes all the way back to Operation Paperclip, which for those who don't know is the CIA operation to bring Nazi scientists to the United States after World War II. This is acknowledged, and the government openly admits that they did this. What they don't openly admit is that they like wiped some of the war crimes that some of the scientists did in order to justify bringing them, because there were some quote unquote restrictions on like the scientists that they were allowed to bring back, in the sense they could have committed extremely heinous crimes. But they brought Eric Traub, which, if you don't know who that guy is, he was part of the NSKK and SS as the lab chief of Nazi bioengineering labs and Nazi biological warfare. So he was one of the chief scientists that the Nazis used to use biological warfare against everybody. And he actually studied at the Rockefeller Institute of Medical Research prior to World War II. And then on the eve of World War II, went back to Germany from Rockefeller. He was part of pro-Nazi groups in Long Island before World War II. And then became the VP at Reams Island Research Institute for Virus Diseases of Animals in Germany, specializing in viral and bacterial diseases, particularly in foot and mouth disease. And then post-war, he was brought over by the CIA to work at the Naval Medical Research Institute in Bethesda. And then he met with a bunch of U.S. scientists from Fort Detrick, which is also in Maryland, which is the Army Biological Warfare headquarters, which the Army basically was in conjunction with Traub was we want to stand up a biological warfare lab in the United States, hence Plum Island. And then Lab 257 is the lab on Plum Island that is referred to. He ends up being offered the job to head Plum Island up and turns it down. He goes back to Germany in 1953, but returns 3 separate times to Plum Island, which was beyond restricted, and no guests were typically allowed. So the fact that he was allowed there was pretty significant. And then after he retired out of Germany, he actually went and worked with Iran at a vaccine and research institute. All this is tied into the fact that there is a biological warfare lab off the coast of Long Island that they selected it by only looking at the wind patterns for how different diseases could spread via wind and airborne pathogens. And they didn't look at migration patterns of animals or anything like that. And because it was on an island, they were like, oh, cool, it's contained. You don't need to do anything else. Which is wrong. There are 3 confirmed outbreaks of foot and mouth disease, which were quote unquote contained to the island. But when you look at epicenters and different impacts of the agriculture around the area, you see a lot of deaths of livestock and actually an entire. So I don't know if you guys know this, but Long Island used to have a very specific duck population that has been eradicated, and no one knew why they stopped existing. But when you look at what was killing them and the epicenter of that disease, it actually originated from Plum Island. And because the bird migration patterns went right over Plum Island, and the birds would land there all the time. Now, what gets into the conspiracy range, up to this point, we're in all acknowledged things that you can find on the internet. Now, getting into what if you know where to look, you can find it and make the ties. But the Lyme's disease in the United States came from Plum Island. Is where you get into conspiracy land. And this is not acknowledged, and all speculation. But they study so they'll say that Lyme's disease has been dormant in the United States since forever. They found mummies that are 1,500 years old that have Lyme's disease, but again, it's a dormant thing and it is not transferable to humans. Now, at its origin and after immediately following World War II, 1950s era, there are documents that tie Traub to bringing ticks to Plum Island. And then because at the time they were like, oh, we only need to think about the winds, they're not thinking about the fact that deer could swim the 2-mile channel to Plum Island and then back to Long Island. The birds that are landing there, all that stuff. So they had no containment for all these massive tick colonies that they had at Plum Island. And then in 1975 and 76, you get the outbreak of Lyme's disease. At the time was unknown in Old Lyme, Connecticut, which is why it's called Lyme's disease. And the most common states that continue to have to have Lyme disease are all in the New England area and Wisconsin. And then I'm going through this a little fast just to kind of save time, but the Belarus Secret, which is a book that was published about the Nazi scientists experimenting and a bunch of other things, but in that book, the Nazi scientists experimenting on disease ticks as early as, the 1950s in the United States, and spooks, which is a term for CIA agents, gave a bunch of information that ultimately led to a few other Nazi people being kind of ousted, but the Belarus secret ties the tick population to being at Plum Island. And then when you look at the epicenter of Lyme's disease, they'll say that it was like JFK Airport, they being like the CDC, and that someone from another country brought it back with them. But when you look at the epicenter, it is Plum Island, even to this day. And they will say like, "Oh no, we didn't do any experimentation on like ticks or anything at Plum Island. There's no record of that." But then you're like, the documents and that are referenced in Belarus Secret and their government documents have multiple tick colonies on Plum Island. And then when one of the new directors that took over, I think in the 80s or 90s, the first thing he did when he took over was you have to get rid of all those ticks. You need to burn them all because there is not enough containment procedures to keep these diseases from spreading. And so this was like immediately following the outbreak in Lyme, Connecticut. And up to this point, like the government's not acknowledging in the 70s that Lyme disease is even a problem. Meanwhile, you have now 30,000 Americans every year suffering from Lyme disease, and ultimately traces back to the U.S. government uh, being the cause of Lyme disease in the United States because of this biowarfare lab that they didn't do enough research on to prevent spread.
That's
crazy.
nuts.
Yeah.
And then that's not even talking about like, yeah, so, and that's a huge thing. They're actually shutting down Lab 257. It's moving to Manhattan, Kansas, I think this year, which is, to me, even more terrifying because now if they don't have the right containment procedures in place, you're going to impact the entire agricultural population of the United States.
Yeah, not only that, but yeah, like food sources, animals. I mean, Manhattan, Kansas is like like Kansas in general. I mean, obviously Midwest is just like, epicenter of what?
Yeah.
Why is my brain freaking out? Anyway,
agriculture.
Agriculture. God, I just said it too. I wanted to say, my brain was like, say anthropology. Yeah. Anyway, that's nuts. And it's like in the middle of the United States.
Yeah. And it's terrifying. And like there were multiple foot and mouth outbreaks that like the scientists and like agricultural department from Plum Island, like when they would break out, like multiple horses would die from foot and mouth. They would just like go to these farms and just take the dead horses back to Plum Island. And like the farmers couldn't talk about it and stuff like that. So it's like the government will say that no outbreak ever left Plum Island, which was the whole reason for it being on the island, but like they're hiding the bodies, and you'll look at like the different ways people were allowed on island and like the bird migration patterns and like the Lone Star tick, how it like used to be contained strictly to Texas and then all of a sudden popped up in New England, and they're like, oh, like it migrated, and I'm like, yeah, ticks don't migrate 13 states in one season, like,
but they can jump really high, dude.
Yeah, and so like, but they're like, oh, we never had them up here, and if we did study ticks, we only studied soft ticks, which for those who don't know, there are two types of ticks. You have your soft shell ticks and hard shell ticks, and so they're like, well, even if we did study ticks on Plum Island, we only studied soft shell ticks and Lone Star ticks. The females are hard shell ticks, and yeah, so they deny. But when you look at the Belarus secret, and then there's a book called Lab 257, which is actually a very fascinating read if you have the time. But it's incredible. And the U.S. government is responsible for that disease.
Yeah. And if you think that the government's not willing to lie about an outbreak of a disease, just look at COVID-19. There's your proof.
Yeah, exactly.
I had a feeling someone would put that on their list, so I didn't put it on my own. But
I had it on. I took it off. I've heard too much about it.
Okay. So okay, cool. Well, I'm not going to talk about it either because I feel like that's been belabored. Marcus, do you want to go with your second one since I kind of did my first two?
Oh, sure. let's get the spicy one out of the way, huh? 9/11.
I knew someone was gonna do it.
Yeah. Now, I mostly just have a lot of questions, and I don't believe this story that's been told. Am I willing to say that the American government? No. 3-letter agencies? Maybe. Rich people? Yeah, I think rich people would have been willing to do this. So the really convenient, interesting things about the 9/11 stuff. So obviously there's the super known ones, the super well known ones, which is that people on this, like you can go to YouTube and you can look up videos of news cameras within 30 seconds. Because I mean, New York's a busy town. There were news crews on the ground doing news on other things when it happened, like right there. And you can, like, the news crews are asking people what happened, and they're like, "Oh, we heard explosions, like down under the ground." And so you have, and it's not like one person, and these people are
There's lots.
panicked out of their minds, running around saying there's explosions on the first floor and underground at the towers that they heard. They didn't even like know that an airplane hit the tower. They just heard explosions ground level and below ground. So that's all super sketch. Building 7 collapsing doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Nope.
Which is the building alongside, which was is that where this stock? I don't remember what was. There was like the FBI building and some other governmental stuff going on in that building. That one collapsed completely, like for no reason at all.
Yeah.
But people heard explosions.
And even sorry, go ahead. I'll let you keep going until I give my 2 cents.
Okay. The Pentagon. Find me one picture that shows a single part of an aircraft. You won't. Spoiler alert. So that's weird. The second, and then to add to that, go find, just Google airplane crash pictures and look at the amount of debris that comes out of an airplane crash and how much of the metal parts stay intact. That you can see an engine, you can see a part of a wing, you can see a part of a tail, like something. The Pentagon, nothing. There is not a single piece of debris that is not building in any of the pictures. And conveniently, the camera that recorded something hitting the building, I get it that this was 2003, but there were cameras more capable than like one frame every 10 seconds. So that's basically what this camera outside of the building, where it shows where something hit, is. I don't even know what the frames per second of this video are. I'm convinced it's doctored. So you see in the video, you see a tip enter the screen, and it's a white tip, and it looks large. And then the next frame is an explosion on the side of the building. And I mean, I don't know, phones, like phone cameras in 2003 were recording.
2001.
2001, sorry, yeah. I guess maybe not. I don't remember when phones got cameras, but
debatable.
Yeah, but security cameras around the Pentagon would have been recording at a higher frame rate than like one. So technically that, depending on the speed, I guess. Which, if this is a true video, that would give even more validity to the fact that it was a missile that hit the Pentagon, not an aircraft, is how fast it was moving. That to go, because it's not a close-up video. This is from like across the street. So you're probably looking at close to a quarter mile of video, and this thing travels a quarter mile in a second. That doesn't, and the explosion, to me, I don't know, like, I've seen videos of even small aircraft exploding, and they make a massive fireball, and this thing doesn't make a very large fireball. It just kind of hits and explodes and makes a little fireball. It's absolute nonsense. I don't think an airplane hit the Pentagon. And then the last. Sorry, go ahead. You go ahead, and I have one last thing.
Go ahead.
Okay, my last thing. So obviously, conspiracies are all great and good fun. It's like, why would this happen? This is the part of the conspiracy that I've put together myself. So it's not very well put together, but there's something here. Somebody wanted the Afghanistan war to start. And I think it's rich people in the cotton industry. So the cotton industry back in like the 1800s, because so hemp, or it's not, I guess technically it's anything that made CBD type products. So marijuana plants, weed plants were made illegal in 1937 or made 1927. I think it's 37. But they were also made illegal in the 1800s, and there was a campaign, I don't remember who it was, but in the cotton industry to ban hemp, because hemp was a way better product, a stronger product. It was more difficult to process and like to pick it, like it was more labor intensive. So that's like the thing that they say that, there's no conspiracy from the cotton industry here. It was just that cotton was easier to process, so that's why it won. No, it wasn't. There was an entire like political movement to ban hemp to prop up the cotton industry in the South. And it's been like a kind of a secret war that's been waged for a very, very long time. And the conspiracy is that nobody actually cared about weed itself. So the guy who in 1937 became the head of whatever department, Anslinger, I think that's what his name was, the guy that really drove the making weed illegal in the 30s. Up until he took this office, he has like multiple interviews where he says weed is not a problem and we should be using it as a medicine. And then he takes office in this. He eventually makes the DEA. He's the guy that like founds the DEA, but it wasn't the DEA back then. He suddenly like switches and just goes into, it's the worst thing that's ever happened. It makes, like, literally comes out and says it makes black people crazy and do violent things. So it's like super racist.
Mm-hmm.
So he gets weed banned, and I think it's because one, big pharma, so they didn't want weed to compete with any other big pharma medicine. It's for the cotton industry. So there's already a conspiracy against the cotton or the hemp industry with this. And then Afghanistan was on the, and obviously it's impossible to find anything on Google because they are censoring all this shit. I don't remember where I got my information on this, but I remember reading about it, was that Afghanistan was up and coming as the number one hemp producer in the world in the early 2000s.
Mm-hmm.
And the conspiracy is that we went in and removed all the hemp and gave them opium instead. Now, they'd always been growing opium, but we gave them opium even more and caused a bunch of havoc because we didn't want them taking over our cotton. We didn't want the competition from them with our cotton industry because our cotton was so much more expensive than hemp would have been from Afghanistan. So somebody wanted a war with Afghanistan to get them out of the hemp industry. And I'm sure there were multiple other very rich people that wanted war for money, aka Dick Cheney and Halliburton. And I think they were involved in 9/11.
I think Rothschild and Rockefeller are too.
Yeah. Maybe it was the Rockefellers that were involved in the cotton industry stuff in the 1800s. That rings a bell.
Probably. They were involved in everything. So.
Yeah.
The one thing I had to say about this conspiracy theory, because I was talking to my family before this podcast. I'm like, man, what are some good conspiracy theories? And we started talking about how when both the Twin Towers came down, like how It's just weird. The whole thing is just weird. Like it looks like it was like a building demolition. I mean, they fell.
It literally does.
It crumbles from the bottom. Like, yeah, I know an
Mhm.
airplane hit the building, and there was like smoke and stuff. But how'd that make the entire building collapse?
Mm-hmm.
Well, not
You know what I
collapse,
mean?
not collapse like sideways, like
Right,
just
exactly. Yeah,
down.
exactly. Not collapse sideways. Like just both of them fell immediately to the ground.
Perfectly.
Exactly. That part is 100% weird. Same with
While
the
people,
Pentagon thing.
There's hundreds of people saying that they heard hundreds of explosions.
Yeah.
Right. 100%. Yeah, that's definitely interesting.
The version of 9/11 we know is fake. That's all I'm saying. I don't know who did it or why they did it, but it's 100% fake.
Yep. That's a fact. All right. My second one is not all that crazy. Great light bulb conspiracy. So I don't know if you guys have heard of this one, but
No.
back in December of 1924, there was a meeting of all of the big light bulb companies in the world. They all met in Geneva. And they basically got together and they said, hey, we want to have a monopoly on light bulbs and we want to control the market because at this point, like the market was super volatile. And so they founded the Phoebus cartel, which was the first like global cartel. And basically, they just wanted to guarantee their company higher profits through a shorter lifespan of light bulbs and a higher price point than the alternative. And when I mean like all the light bulb companies, I'm talking like Osram in Germany, you've got Philips, General Electric, you've got the big France company, the big Japan company. So this is like all the leaders of light bulbs. And General Electric had like a primary footprint or like primary hold on all the patents. So General Electric shared their like successful patents on wattage and brightness with these individual companies, and they basically over the next 5 years decreased the lifespan of their light bulbs and increased the brightness. And so everyone was buying through them because they were like, oh, our light bulbs are brighter and better than everybody else's. But they just kept getting shorter and shorter lifespans. So that they had to like people had to keep returning to buy the product, which this is the first time where like companies had this concept of like planned obsolescence, like of trying to make sure their product would fail so that people would have to come back and get more, which is not didn't, and that is why this is the conspiracy. I think that it is this is the start of planned obsolescence in consumerism. And in 1932, the government adopted an official planned obsolescence posture in order to quote unquote end the Great Depression, because their thought process was that if the product fails, people have to keep coming back, which means we have to keep making it, which means people have jobs. And so that is the short version of the Great Light Bulb conspiracy. But I mean, if you want to drill down into it, like there's all the different like leaders of the company, they had multiple meetings, and the Phoebus cartel is very interesting, just from a historical perspective.
Oh yeah. I mean, you just look at everything. Cars, appliances, houses, everything is trash these days.
Yep, and it all started with the light bulb.
Heck yeah.
There you go.
Heck yeah. Well, SORIAH's only got about 9 more minutes. Do you just want to do your 2 others and then you can peace out and you'll just miss the last couple the Liv and I have, but you can listen to them when you.
Well, I can just switch over to my phone and still be in the conversation. Just can't. Yeah. So let's do that. So my next one. I can just do the next 2 really quick and then talk here. So dead internet theory, which Marcus, I'm sure you've heard of this one.
I haven't.
Have you? Oh, okay. This is the theory that like 90% of the internet is fake. Or like just bots and AI at this point. It has been since like 2016. And that we like the human to human interaction via the internet basically doesn't happen anymore. And then what we're able to have access to information-wise on the internet is largely generated by bots and AI, which this started before the general public release and knowledge of AI. Basically that like because there's no new information ever available on the internet. It's all just planned to drive a narrative and drive a directive, and but nothing is basically the Matrix. The internet is dead. It has been for almost 10 years.
That's fun.
And there's not really a ton in that one beyond that. I mean, you can like, what are the implications of that? But like at a surface level, the dead internet theory is pretty self-explanatory.
That's wild to think about.
Yeah, so like you can like talk on that one for a while, just from like a what is and I see it on social media with how many bots are there, and like I think Facebook is probably the worst. Well, Twitter's pretty bad too, but or X, I guess. But yeah, dead internet theory is, and then you start thinking about like, okay, well, news articles and like how much of that is AI generated, and like even just like scholar papers and things like that. So it's a very, very interesting concept. And how much can be controlled via the information that's available on the internet, which, spoiler alert, pretty much everything.
Yeah. I mean, you could even, I don't know that there's a conspiracy on this, but it definitely makes sense that just the amount of communication everybody can have with everybody across the world also means that world leaders and whoever, we'll just say the Illuminati is able to communicate, and that we'll say the World Bank. I think the Illuminati is the World Bank, but
well, they control all but 3 Federal Reserves.
Yeah. So, they tell Google and everybody else what to do, and it's not China that's convincing YouTube to only have pro China. Yeah, it's like China isn't convincing YouTube to have China positive only content. It's the World Bank that's trying to make consumerism bigger.
Yeah.
100%.
And then the last one, and I'll just type this up really quick, is lead crime, which this is really about leaded gas and Charles Kettering. So we've known that like lead is poisonous to humans since like literally Julius Caesar. And over the centuries and millennia have like done multiple research, like so much research into the impacts of lead on humans, whether it's hallucinations or mental problems. And now like the impact on the brain is like it causes impulsive actions and social aggression, development of ADHD, ties to substance abuse, lower IQ. I mean, it's just on and on and on. We've known this for literally over 1,000 years. But Charles Kettering in the 1920s, I think, that may be off, so don't quote me on that. But when they were working on cars, Charles Kettering was like an engineer who had a bunch of patents for a bunch of different things, but basically said, hey, I have this great idea. What if we put lead in gasoline and it'll fix the knocking of the engines to have a longer engine life? So we're just this thing that people drive around all the time and expose themselves to refuel and like breathing in the fumes all the time. Like we're just gonna put lead in it, and it's gonna be great. And he was like lauded and had all of these accolades, and is still honored. He's the Sloan Kettering Cancer Center, which is one of the leading cancer centers in the United States. As like thanking him for his contributions to society, essentially. Meanwhile, like he's and still acknowledged as like this huge, like done so many amazing things for development of technology. Has over 150 patents. Also was responsible for the creation of Freon. In case you wanted to know who did that, that was also Charles Kettering, which is also banned now in like every country because of how toxic it is to humans. And he went on the board at this cancer institute before he died, which, in case you didn't know, lead is a carcinogen and causes kidney cancer and brain cancer and lung cancer, and probably any other type of cancer you could think of. And there's we've known this for a very long time. And so the conspiracy on this is that Charles Kettering knew that lead was going to cause these problems, but instead of saying like, "Hey, let's come up with a different solution to fix the knocking on the engines," he's like, "No, we're actually going to fix the knocking on the engines and use that as the argument for it, but we're actually going to perpetuate this issue of cancer to generate revenue in the cancer industry," which I fully think is an industry.
And if
And
you
that
think
I think
people
we've had the cure for cancer for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you think companies wouldn't do that, go research Monsanto, aka Roundup, and Agent Orange, where in the 60s, before they started using it in Vietnam, they have internal memos of them saying, "We know this is an awful product that kills people. Let's not tell the government, and let's keep selling it to them for as long as we can before they figure it out." Like that is a confirmed, those are confirmed memos. So it's not even a question that they did that. And now we're paying Monsanto billions of dollars to go clean it up. It's unfucking believable.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, the lead. Well, I feel like honestly, just all the crap that's in our food and just like everything we do, which like I feel like we could have an entire separate podcast on.
Oh yeah,
like the Maha movement and just like everything surrounding it and all the nuts, like
Hallelujah.
not so pesticides that like are banned in Europe that are like the only pesticides we use here in the United States in our crops. And yeah, it's nuts. Like I said, I feel like we could have an entire podcast just on that alone. So that's definitely a good one to bring up, and it's wild to think about.
Yeah. So there's another interesting lead one. And speaking of Maha, this comes from RFK. I learned it from him. So originally, vaccines. So the way the vaccines work is they put a dead virus in you. Everybody knows that part. But what people don't know is your immune system. If you take a dead virus and you inject it into yourself, your body will have essentially no reaction. You might have a very localized reaction to the thing, but not a type of reaction that teaches your entire immune system how to deal with that thing. So, to get an entire body reaction, they have to put something in the shot that activates your entire immune system, something so toxic and bad for you in your body that your entire immune system has to go into like absolute crisis mode so that it learns something. And so you put the dead virus, you put an agent into the body that makes your immune system freak out, and then your immune system finds the dead virus and connects the two dots. That's the theory behind vaccines.
Yeah.
Well, the agent that they used to use was lead. So when you got you got a flu shot, and this is until like the 70s. It's crazy. Like
they were just putting lead in you.
Yeah. So like SORIAH said, we've known the lead was atrocious for you for thousands of years. And until the 70s, lead was used as the agent to cause your body to have a freakout session.
Like a visceral reaction. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
And can you guys hear me? Sorry.
Yeah.
So the other interesting thing about this is that there are studies done now that link people's exposure to lead with their likelihood to commit crime. And your likelihood to go, I'm not saying like across the board, but it takes all your borderline people who like may not have done it before. So like they're right on that edge of like propensity for violence. And without lead, they would probably stay on the good side of things. But then with the lead exposure, it takes away whatever inhibitions may have been there and increases their aggression, and your crime rates went up nearly 80%.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you think about like the golden age of crime, and now obviously, you know, like in the United States right now, like there's a lot of, and in the world, there's a lot of, there's a huge stage for crime. But when you talk about like the golden age of serial killers, you're talking the 70s and the 80s, right? Or even into the 60s. You're like these extreme violent crimes that like you hadn't really seen before, directly coinciding with lead, high levels of lead exposure, whether it's through the vaccines or through leaded gas or whatever that means. And it's the ties to violent crime and high crime rates is actually pretty incredible.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's nuts.
So the way that they figured this out, I want to say that the lead. I guess I'm getting ahead of myself here. So they put lead in shots, and they were just giving this to people, and basically nobody asked questions about where is the lead going, why are we putting lead in people, until RFK came along. And this is how RFK found his original, like this is what he did for like 40 years, was fight the pharmaceutical companies and try to get them to do research on vaccine safety. And so I can't remember if it was him or somebody else that got them to start doing the studies to try to figure out what was happening to the lead. And so they did their initial tests. Oh, so what it was is they originally, when they started using lead, this is how they tested whether lead was having an effect on people or not, is they would give people a shot, and then within like a week or two, they would have them come in for a urine test and measure lead in their urine, and they didn't find any lead in their urine, so they said, oh, all of the lead has left their body. It's totally safe. No joke.
Yeah.
This is you can go read the research summaries of this. And RFK was the first person to come along and say, well, hold on a minute. What is happening to the lead? Where is it going? Because if you just eat lead, you do this test, you're not going to have any lead in your pee either. So what's going on? So they did the research originally for lead, and it took like 20 years of lawsuits into the 70s. They did the test, and they found that lead is going directly to the center of the brain. And people were just walking around with a nice viscous collection of lead in their brain, like right in the center of their brain. So then they stopped using that version of lead, and they went to a different version of lead. And then
How nice.
And literally used the exact same test. They gave people a shot and then said, it's not in your pee, so it's good. So then they changed to a new version of lead for like 10 to 15 years, and then got sued again, which took like legislative maneuvers, we'll call it, to get them to do the test, because Big Pharma refused to do it.
Yeah,
and it was proven
obviously.
again that it was just going into people's brains. And so what they're doing today, based off of those lawsuits, is they're using aluminum. And they still haven't done the test on aluminum to find out if it's getting stuck in your brain or if you're peeing it out. And that is one of the final lawsuits that RFK has been working against Big Pharma, is where is the aluminum going from the shot that is causing you to have a reaction? Because
There's aluminum everywhere, man.
Yeah. And yes, aluminum isn't as bad as lead, but most likely we all just have a nice collection of aluminum right in the center of our brain.
Yeah, probably not supposed to be there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Totally.
Yeah,
Totally
like,
wild.
so this gets into the whole like vaccine conversation, which is not where I was going to go with this, but it still applies. And it's like, okay, well, whether or not, like, we know lead and lead byproducts have a significant impact on your mental acuity. And so whether or not it's like the virus or venom side of vaccines, or it's the fact that we're literally injecting heavy metals into people, and understanding the implications of like even just the like baseline lead exposure, like of gas, of inhaling gasoline fumes. Probably shouldn't like snort gasoline. Don't recommend that. But
Yeah.
like,
hi, baby.
yeah, causing like ADHD upticks, causing lower IQ. So you're talking autism. Well, autism and also like not always associated with lower IQs, obviously, but and so now you're seeing a direct correlation of metals and mental, we'll call it neurodivergence. And it's a very, we'll call it a slippery slope, I guess, to a lot of these questions. And like, I'm not saying I'm an anti-vaxxer. I think there's a time and a place. I think that we definitely don't vet vaccines enough for long-term effects prior to saying they're quote unquote safe.
For sure.
But, and as someone in the military, I've definitely been injected with, I don't even know what, but, but it's definitely one of those things of like, it raises a lot of questions, at least, that I would like answers to. I won't get them, but that's okay.
Yeah. It blows my mind that there's so many people that like that don't want the answer of, hey, if you're going to inject your kids, your brand new child, with 72 vaccines in the first month of their life, or whatever the time frame is, it's very short. It's shockingly short for the number of vaccines they get. If there is a 2% chance that they're going to have a lifelong deposit of aluminum stuck in their brain, do you not want to know that? And do you not want to know what the side effects of that are? I mean, maybe it comes out to nothing, but the fact that you're telling me that asking that question makes me a right-wing lunatic nutjob conspiracy theorist, anti-vaxxer, and I want, like, I'm a threat to society? What the fuck are you talking about, and why are you having kids? I don't even have kids. I'm asking questions for your kids.
Yep.
Yeah.
How do you not want to know this? How do you not want to be 100% certain?
It's like a huge thing that like freaks me out about becoming a parent is like what do I do? Like what's the right choice? I don't know.
Well, and it's one of those things, like even TB, right? So like infants that are born in hospitals in the United States get a TB vaccine within an hour of birth.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Like, I'm sorry, are they at risk of getting TB? Because based on my knowledge of where TB is at currently, and the levels of infection and things like that, my infant is not actually at risk of getting infected with TB within the first hour of being born. And like the fact that they're genuinely pulling them away from mothers on the skin-to-skin contact within the first hour, which gets into a whole separate conversation of like long-term psychological impacts of separating an infant and their mother in skin-to-skin contact within the first 12 hours of birth, is insane to me, just to give them a TB vaccine.
Yeah. Polio is my favorite. People are like, oh, thank God you don't believe in vaccines. Well, polio would have killed the whole world. You don't know what polio is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Polio is basically the only way you contract polio is if you eat other people's shit. It is a fecal matter transferred disease. So in today's world, in the modern world where water into your house is, littered with chemicals like chlorine that kills those things, I mean, I guess there is an uptick in this popularity of eating ass, so maybe we're due for a polio outbreak. But
Yike.
just like we don't need an Ebola vaccine because some parts of Africa where like life is really dirty and fecal matter makes it into the water source and people are getting Ebola. That's not here. And hopefully it's not there, for too much longer either. And, if the government actually our government wanted to help those people, they might, actually fix their water problem because we could afford it. But
instead of
we
just
won't.
giving them a solution like a vaccine. No, we won't. And it's one of those things where like you start like lead is one that I kind of picked as like this is an easy to acknowledge, easy to see that we did this thing, and it leads you to asking more questions. And it even just metals in general, like, and certain, like, obviously iron is necessary for your intake, and like there are differences between like beneficial metals and hazardous metals, but the fact that we have known lead and lead byproducts are hazardous to us for genuinely 2 millennia, and we are still actively choosing to not only expose ourselves to it, but like inject into our bodies permanently, is pretty incredible to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, people are gonna look back. Hopefully people look back in 100 years and look at us and go, "What a bunch of fucking savages these people were." That they let some pharmaceutical companies for a few dollars to make a few extra dollars. They let these pharmaceutical companies convince them of all this ridiculous shit.
Yeah,
crazy.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that was on none of our lists, but that was a good little.
Yeah.
Liv has something. Hopefully, Liv has a good.
My next one's a little more lighthearted. Not so doomsday.
Sorry.
Yeah. No. It's.
Well, these are the
I was
important
hoping. I was hoping it was gonna come up. I had a feeling with Marcus and SORIAH in here that we were gonna hit the good ones. Which is why I took care of moon landing and flat Earth. But yeah, no, I'm glad we talked about those because like it's important and it's crazy, and I think a lot of people are, waking up to what we're putting in our bodies and how insane it is, and I'm really glad that hopefully we're moving in the right direction as a country with just like focusing on that a little bit more instead of other things, I guess. That's all I'll say about that. So my next one is that Walt Disney's head is cryogenically frozen. And it's deep in the bowels of Disneyland somewhere.
Is it like Futurama where his brain is still active and talking?
No, dude. So I'm pretty sure this has been debunked by his family. And like after he passed away, like the normal things happened. But there is this conspiracy theory by crazy Disney fans that like his head is frozen and, like I said, deep within the bowels or somewhere of Disney. I just think it's hilarious to think about, and like I don't believe it at all, but I think it's so funny, dude. His head's just frozen somewhere, and then we'll thaw it out like someday.
Ridiculous.
Or something. I don't know. There's also the conspiracy theory that, and it's funny because, I was talking to my family about these and I was like, oh, I should do the Walt Disney's head is frozen one. My dad's like, I thought his whole body was frozen. Like, what? And so then I Googled it and, apparently like people think that his whole body is frozen and they'll like somehow try to like bring him back to life, thaw about Austin Powers style, and he'll come back. Yeah. Yeah, literally. And he'll come back and then like see the fruitfulness of like Disney. I'm like, what? You guys are nuts. So anyway, I just thought that one was funny. Don't believe it at all. That's quite wild, but haha.
That's hilarious. That is hilarious. One thing to say about these conspiracies. So this is a conspiracy against me by other people. So my entire life until the last maybe year and a half, I was kind of the person in all my friend groups and stuff that got made fun of being like a radical leftist and like kind of a crazy fanatical socialist Democrat person. And now in just like a year, even though all of my beliefs are the exact same, my beliefs haven't changed. I'm now suddenly, because I have some interesting questions about certain things happening, I am now considered a right-wing lunatic conspiracy theorist. And I'm like, wow, that society took a wild swing there, dude.
Took a turn.
I went from like pretty, being considered a very far left-wing conspiracy crazy socialist person to a right-wing nutbag. So yet I still believe all the same things. So it is an interesting thing.
The development of like the ability to think critically and have discourse about stuff over the last like 2 years
it's great.
Is insane.
To me, the frustrating part is if you ask questions, that means you're X.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not even we didn't even have a conversation. I just asked a question. So, for example, would you not want to know whether aluminum is being stuck into your baby's brain or not? Oh, I'm a lunatic for asking that question? Okay, well, your baby's going to have aluminum in their brain. I don't know what to tell you. That doesn't make me the lunatic. That makes you the negligent lunatic who is not willing to ask the question. I'm not saying I know that it's true. I'm not saying 9/11 was done by George W. Bush, but I got some interesting questions that should probably be answered.
Yeah.
But that makes me a right-wing lunatic who also believes in healthcare for all and free school for everyone. So that is a confused right-wing lunatic, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Color me crazy and confused. All right. My next one. This one's really going to get the jimmies going on the far right-wing lunatic stuff. Malaysian Air 370.
Oh, yes.
I was hoping you were going to bring this one up.
Oh yeah, this is one of the best ones too. I even got the videos pulled up.
Yeah.
I'll send them in the chat so you guys can watch them at some point.
This
when I talk about
theory is wild, and it's on my list. But since you're gonna talk about it, I'm gonna talk about my other one. But this one is
we can both talk about it.
Cray. Okay, so, go ahead.
I'll say my pieces about it.
Way more than I do.
Yeah. So you guys won't see this, but I've got Google Maps pulled up here for the listeners or the watchers. But I'll talk through it. So Malaysian Air 370 takes off from somewhere in Malaysia, probably Kuala Lumpur, Lumpur, however you say it. And it was like going to China or something. And then a few minutes into flight, it takes a wild left turn saying they have an emergency, and then it disappears off of radar and it's gone forever. And it just flies from Malaysia, which is, I guess if you're not looking at this map, Malaysia is kind of like in between Thailand and Australia. So like kind of think Far East, and then the next, it goes like India, the Middle East, and then Africa. So the plane, they do all this searching for MH370 like towards China and kind of around the oceans around Malaysia. And then they give up. They don't find anything for years. And then they just conveniently ignore all this stuff that like parts of the aircraft were found in South Africa, which is I don't know how many thousands of miles away that is.
Extremely far away from where the
5,000 miles, 4,000 miles
Yeah.
away.
Yeah.
Insane. And then, so they didn't find many parts. They found like a fire suppressant like alarm system that puts fire suppressant stuff into the cabin and whatnot if there's a fire on the inside. They like found that. They never found the black box or anything. And then just a few years ago, 2 videos somehow that were like lost came about. Maybe it was earlier than that, but it's a video from so one of them is a satellite at the like a lost aircraft on the day that Malaysia Air whatever went missing crosses the view of this like satellite camera, and then satellite camera starts following it. And in the video they have like lat longs of like about where the satellite is over Earth. And on the same day there's a video from a Air Force drone that takes a video of this aircraft. It also has the lat longs. Those lat longs put it off of this like random island in the Indian Ocean, kind of like off the coast of Madagascar. And they're like fairly close. So, you know, the lat long from the drone is the target location, so what it's looking at, and the satellite lat long is the satellite's lat long. And so they've pinpointed this to like corroborate that they both saw the same aircraft. And it conveniently happens to fly over like a secret CIA base in the Indian Ocean. And oh, by the way, you won't find this on Google, but there's I believe it was an FBI whistleblower on that aircraft trying to get to China. And it just happens to go missing. Loses all the radar feeds, everything is gone. Happens to just turn and fly over a random CIA base in the middle of the ocean. Now, there's actually 2 conspiracies here. So one, that's a really interesting coincidence, if you call it that. The second one of it is what actually pops up in the videos, which I have pulled up, which I'll explain them first, just so that the listeners, because there are people that are watching, I guess I can put them in the description later on. So both videos have the aircraft flying, and it's just doing whatever it's doing, and then these 3 orbs. So there's the CIA conspiracy, and now there comes up an alien conspiracy. So this gets really fun. There's 3 orbs that start circling the aircraft. And then they circle it for a while, and they're flying with the aircraft, and then there's a flash of light and the aircraft is gone. And it's on both videos. And from the drone, it's a thermal video. And the weird thing about these orbs is that like the jet stream, like, you know, you have an aircraft flying in a direction and you have like wind disturbance going behind the aircraft. On the orbs, it's going forward. So I guess, you know, maybe if they faked the video, they just did it backwards. You know, that could be funny. But and like the way that they think that it's not faked is the way that when the flash happens, that the amount of manipulation needed in the video to make it look as realistic as it does is just not realistic, because you would have to know how to do it in both the thermal video and just an atmospheric video. So that's kind of crazy. So maybe, you know, who knows? Maybe I actually just connected these 2 in my head. It's a CIA cover up to make it look like aliens, but they actually just crashed this aircraft into the ground somewhere, or made it crash somewhere in the Indian Ocean because they didn't want this whistleblower going. And there are people, so there's like indigenous people that live around the islands on this base. and they all have they had interviews with these people, and they're like, yeah, there was a aircraft flying, and it was billowing out a bunch of smoke. I think there's even videos of it actually from the ground. So that's super interesting.
Mm.
It's
But
sorry, go ahead.
no, you go. I'm done talking. I just have the 2 videos which I posted in the chat if you guys want to watch
Well,
them.
this is one of those that like I think is, and I'm not unconvinced that there's aliens. Like I'm not one way or the other, to be honest with you. Like I don't think it really impacts my day to day. So I'm cool to say I am undecided. But the amount of technology that different governments have and like don't talk about is pretty intense, and I would not put it beyond the capacity and capability and likelihood of the CIA having technology that can disappear things and knock things out of the air mid-flight, and blame it on alien technology to maintain plausible deniability and keep people from sniffing into what else does the CIA have, or whatever 3-letter agency you want to pick today.
Mm-hmm.
And just the like, I think saying things are UFOs and saying things are aliens is the government's easy button to not have to answer questions.
Yeah, so who knows? Maybe these videos, because they were leaked, so maybe the CIA literally faked these videos to make it look like an alien abduction of an aircraft, because that sounds so ridiculous, and then leaked it out, and they were like, oh, the conspiracy theorists are going to go wild to say that this thing got abducted, and then nobody will take them seriously.
Yeah.
But, okay.
And they're not going to ask questions about this whistleblower that was on the plane.
Right. Yeah, I mean, if you Google FBI whistleblower on MH370, you will find nothing. There's absolutely nothing about it anymore. Like, it's been scrubbed off the internet. So yeah, I will put both of these videos into the whatchamacallit, but while we talk, I'll just have it playing in the background here for the people who happen to be watching. And all that is there's just an aircraft flying, and you see the lat longs. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, that's it's a nuts one to think about. My last one is that there are aliens at Area 51.
Yeah,
I low key believe this one.
Mm-hmm.
Look. Have you guys ever seen Independence Day?
Yeah.
Yes.
The movie? I think it's real.
You think the whole movie is real?
Okay, no, not the whole movie, but I mean, I don't know, man. Like, I guess, like, what's so locked up at Area 51? Like, obviously, there's like technology stuff and blah blah blah, whatever. Who cares? Boring.
I think they're doing studies on impacts of nuclear exposure.
Oh,
that could be.
And if there were
theory.
aliens there at one point, I don't think they're there anymore.
What makes you say that?
It's too like.
Yeah,
think
that's
about like
true.
any operation that we've done, anything, and like whether or not you have a security clearance or not. Like, there's an unclassified. If like at the point that a classification name gets burned, what do you do?
Yeah, that's true.
Change it.
So, do we think that there's aliens in the United States? Period.
Yeah.
Well, illegal ones, yeah.
Marcus.
It's okay. I was an illegal alien at once, so
I'm talking space. Okay, I'm putting aliens in America. Cause like, yeah, Area 51, whatever. But like, there's got to be aliens somewhere in America. Like space aliens.
And
mostly Southern California.
And there's a huge argument about aliens off the coast of Hawaii and the ocean, and like there's a huge, like, you talk about the monoliths, and there's a lot of discussion we had about aliens. I think that if they were at Area 51 at one point, I don't think they're there anymore because it's too high. Like, there's too many people that know
everyone
about
knows
it.
about it. Yeah.
And it's one of those things of like, yeah, you may have had aliens there at one point, but also like that's where the DOE does 90% of their tests in America. And
That's true.
like, I think they're studying things at Area 51. I don't think it's aliens. I think it has to do with how is nuclear radiation impacting things.
Which could be true. So I changed mine to aliens in America. I think there's aliens somewhere. Like, if you guys have ever listened to Joe Rogan's podcast, I mean that guy loves aliens. I don't know if I'm Joe Rogan alien lover level, but I definitely believe that there's aliens. Like, you know, I believe in aliens, I guess, is where I'm going with this. And I think we have some here in the United States.
Yeah.
And this kind of goes along with, like, if you think the government's lying to you. Not that, you know, I don't know. I gotta watch myself or else I'm gonna get, you know, fired. But
on a watch list.
yeah, literally. Next time I go to fly, they're gonna be like, no, but I mean, I don't know. It's crazy. When you start really deep diving in everything, you're like, ooh, I don't know about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
My favorite
There's a
question of
lot.
aliens, which I may have said this out loud on the podcast before, but I just love this question. Would it break people more on Earth if we found out that, or we like found aliens on another planet, or that we found humans on another planet? What would break people
Humans.
more? I think so too. That would fuck people up.
I think humans on another planet would just wreck us.
Honestly, I mean,
Just
like, there's
imagine.
arguments
We've
because, like,
been. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, Marcus and I think I've had the ancient technologies conversation before. Of like
Spoiler
how is that what you're doing next?
Yeah.
I'll wait.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we done talking about aliens?
I was just gonna say really quick on the humans versus humans or aliens thing. Like, we've had aliens in movies and crap for as long as I can remember. So, like, the idea of aliens is fairly normal. The idea of humans being somewhere else is not. So I think it just send everyone into a tizzy.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead, Marcus. Last one.
All right, last one is multiple advanced civilizations
Yep.
throughout time. And I'll talk
Göbekli
about
Tepe.
yeah, so I have a few examples to just talk about. But I think it's almost like not even a conspiracy. It's
Yeah.
the evidence is kind of mind-blowing. The fun part of the conversation to me is I just lost my train of thought. Oh, like how they got wiped out. Like, that's where the interesting theories come out. And I think we're on the precipice of one, like, in the next, I guess I don't really know how long it would take, but is the polar flip, the polar swap. And the current theory on the polar swap is that every time it's happened in the past, there's a crazy ice age that hits right afterwards.
I mean, that makes sense.
And
Well,
it
'cause
just
it vastly impacts climate.
yeah, it just completely destroys the climate, and then we go to an ice age for however many number of years, and then as we come out of the ice age, there are massive floods everywhere, leading to flood stories for every civilization. And finding Atlantis, which is like how would they have a city underwater unless they were advanced civilizations? Well, maybe it was just
Not underwater.
Yeah, until all the ice melted. And
Yeah.
they have proof that the poles are currently in the starting their transition. So the North Pole is going to become the South, and it's growing. The amount that it moves is growing at like an exponential number. I forget what it is right now, but it started out with, a few millimeters a year. And then over the last couple of 100 years, now we're like a few inches a year, and it's exponentially growing. So
yeah.
we
Well,
are.
it's really fascinating from like a technology perspective, and not to like jump. Hopefully, I'm not cutting in line or anything, but the impact on GPS. Well, it's like a lot of our technology is GPS based, and especially as we move into like satellite based technology and reliance on satellites for our internet connections and different systems. The poles shifting has a huge impact on GPS.
Yeah. I mean, you just make the number a negative number, right? And then it's fine.
Exactly.
Yeah. And so it, from a technological advancement perspective, if we don't figure out how to fix and adjust as the poles shift, we're screwed.
Mm-hmm. Not to
And
mention
then you
people.
look at,
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, and then you look at like degradation of metals and technology and stuff. Like when you put that in salt water, how quickly that stuff erodes.
Yeah. Jinkies.
There's not going to be any evidence. Huh?
Yeah. Said old jinkies.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, and people also think that the Earth is a sphere, but it's actually more of a pear shape, which is why the southern hemisphere, even in wintertime, does not get as extreme as the northern hemisphere, because they're always closer to the sun based off of the Earth being a pear shape. So then if the poles swap, so actually I don't know, is it the magnetism that swaps, or is it the actual Earth like flips?
No, I think it's the magnetic.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it'll still do some really wonky stuff. I do want to say though that the Earth, the rotate, like the axis it rotates on, is also shifting. But maybe I'm wrong.
It is. Yeah. No, I think it is.
That might be true. Which is that what you're talking about?
Well, yeah, because that's where you're having this shift and this is where you get into like climate change.
That's where you get into the ice age and stuff. Yeah.
Well,
because I was going to say that the magnetic swap, I think, happens not super often, obviously, but like I feel like it's constantly moving with the.
So the ice age stuff is the magnetism stuff. That is not based on the actual axis itself changing, and it has to do with how it impacts weather patterns.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So you're talking your climate change, like this is where you'll talk to a lot of like people say it's like a climate change denier, and it's not really that they're denying climate change, they're just denying the fact that humans are causing it. And it's really like I have no, like, yes, the climate is changing because the pole is shifting, and that's happened multiple times. And you'll always see this like massive uptick in temperatures before an incredible drop into an ice age. And that is what I think is happening right now. And I've said this I think I've told both of you this, and I think I said it like 4 years ago, is that I thought we were going into an ice age, and everyone looked at me like I was on cocaine.
That's too funny.
Yeah.
So here's what AI.
What?
I just Googled the Earth's poles are shifting.
Same.
And here's what AI says. Yep, they're indeed shifting. It's moving. The North Magnetic Pole currently moving rapidly towards Siberia, primarily due to fluid movement of molten iron in Earth's core. And then, that's what makes the doohickey, the magnetic stuff. And then over the past century, its movement from Canada towards Russia has accelerated, increasing from about 6 miles per year to 31 miles annually by the 2000s.
Wow.
So I don't know what that number is in 2025, but in the year 2000, it was shifting 31 miles a year. So I was way off with the inches. So that's fun.
Is it?
Yeah, and from NASA's website, they
That's what I'm
estimate
looking at.
that they've reversed 183 times in the last 83 million years. Anyway, so how this relates to the multiple advanced civilizations is there's a likelihood that ice ages have eradicated multiple advanced civilizations. And so some of the examples of advanced civs, not necessarily, when I say advanced, I don't mean that they had airplanes and the internet. It's just that they were more advanced or differently more advanced than we ever thought that they would possibly be capable of. And one of them is it's called the Baalbek stones. I don't know if you guys know these. I just kind of recently learned about them.
No.
So the Baalbek stones are in Lebanon, and they are the biggest stones moved in the history of humanity that we know of. Bigger than any stone the modern society has ever moved. And so the impressive part about them is how they were cut and how precise they are. So essentially the current accepted theory is that the Romans did it. And that's because the Romans built a temple on top of the stones that were already there. So they found the stones there, and some historians say that no, they didn't find them there. They cut the stones out and moved them there, and they moved them like hundreds of miles. So this is like Stonehenge, except it's probably 1,000 times bigger than Stonehenge. And so the weight of each stone is 750 to 800 tons. And for those of you who are morons like me, I have no idea what that actually means. So 1 ton is 2,200 pounds. So 800 times 2,200 is 1.75 million pounds each.
Wow.
And they are perfectly straight and perfectly smoothly cut. And it's in one piece. 1.76 million pounds.
Well, and even the dimensions of.
Oh yeah,
Well,
yeah. There's
so
62.
Where did they start?
Let's see if it's. I forget how many miles they went, but they moved them a long fucking way, and so it's 62 feet
I'm
long.
looking right now.
14 feet
it
high.
Says the Phoenicians. The Phoenicians constructed them. Heliopolis, which I'm assuming is Greece.
That's the Romans. It's the temple of Jupiter. Is so a lot of anthropologists. So this is, I sent you guys the at least one of you. I don't know if I sent it to both of you. The episode where I learned about this.
Yeah.
The podcast.
You sent it.
It says Heliopolis is ancient Egypt.
So there's a bunch. They go through a bunch of
from
different
Egypt all the way to Lebanon.
Yeah, it's like hundreds of miles, if not more.
Yeah,
and
I'm looking.
There is no way, like how perfect these were, and then you look at the photos of like how the Romans cut their stones, and what these big ass stones look like, and they're completely different. So those stones were there, and then the Romans came and built a temple on top of it, and you can see how different the stone, like how the cut is. Obviously, the Romans didn't.
Yeah.
Like they used a different stone. They like placed it and leveled their stones completely. They did everything completely different to these stones. And this is another one of these interesting times where basically the entire field of anthropology, other than the outcasts, are asking questions about this, and everyone else is just saying, just shut up, you're stupid and you're a crazy conspiracy theorist. And they're like, I'm just asking a question.
All the outcasts.
Yeah. But yeah, and so there were 3 of these 1.7 million pound stones that were moved without breaking them, nothing. And there's an interesting it's like in modern history, the biggest stone ever moved was a stone. It's at the LA Museum. It's right outside of it. And the contraption they had to build to move this rock, which is, so this is like what I said, 1.7 million pounds. This rock was like 100,000 pounds. So it's a small fraction. And it cost like $25 million to build this like trailer that had like 180 tires on it to be able to carry the load. And they had to like shut the whole city down so that they could take the route needed to be able to turn this contraption on the roads to get it there. It's like, if we can't do this, how did a bunch of people with sticks and stones do this? Unless they had some sort of advanced capability that we just don't understand.
Well, and even the whole, like, from an anthropology perspective and like that community, it's really interesting because, like, I'm briefly mentioned Göbekli Tepe at the beginning, which is just this city, I guess, that defies the entire narrative regarding human settlement. Because, and like, at least what I was taught in school was that you had nomad tribes, hunter-gatherer tribes that moved around where the food was per season. And until they were able to establish some sort of agriculture where there was a surplus of food, and that's when you had humans that settled into society, and then you had your superfluous jobs of like your higher education and art and things like that. That only came once you had a surplus of food and people stayed. Göbekli Tepe totally flipped that entire narrative and invalidated it. And they had to literally rewrite history to accommodate for this discovery. And they knew about Göbekli Tepe for like at least 100 years before they allowed anyone to go in and look at it, because they knew it was going to change the narrative because it didn't fit anything. And everybody in the anthropology field was like, no, it's not what you think it is. And they literally buried this city, like, to try and hide it or what, like some like things collapsed and they buried over it to whether like to be able to walk over it, or I don't know. The narrative on that is super ambiguous, and I don't believe what they're pushing out, that they were like, oh, they needed to transport their donkeys across it. No. Sorry, I'm not hitting the I believe button on that one. And it's, but like the ancient civilization and the refinement of Göbekli Tepe, of like what they've dug up and stuff, does not match the narrative of the development of civilization and settlement of humans that the anthropological field has been pushing for ever since it began.
Right. Yeah. And also, I was just looking at, so the 1.7 million pounds, that's the smallest of the three. The largest is 3.3 million pounds.
Yeah, and like the rough driving distance nowadays is like 1,000 kilometers between Egypt and Lebanon. So
yeah,
that's
and they weren't on the ground. They were lifted. They're like 12 feet off the ground on a like foundation of other stones. So they transported it, whatever that math is. Was that like 700 miles or something like that? And then had
621 miles.
Yeah. And then they figured out how to lift them 12 feet in the air. So the biggest stone is with a 3.3 million pounds, is the largest stone ever quarried.
Wow.
And
Crazy.
It's insane.
Yeah. So there's something, definitely some sort of advanced tools were used there, and we have no idea what they are, and nobody wants to ask the question. It's crazy. So now there's a bunch of conspiracies around it.
Is it that no one wants to ask the question, or is it that people who are asking the questions get ostracized?
Yes.
Yeah.
The next really interesting one is the pyramids in Antarctica.
Yeah.
which I'm trying to find
The what?
better pictures
There's
of.
pyramids in Antarctica. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's actually a lot of proof of an ancient civilization in Antarctica, and like the maps. I don't know what direction you're going down, Marcus, but there's maps that are dated like 1500 years old before the the modern discovery of Antarctica, but that have Antarctica on it in high detail, with civilization markings and different things like that. And so, there's a lot of proof that there was some sort of ancient civilization on Antarctica that is not acknowledged in the modern recounting of history. And well, I should say the Western recounting of history, because I think a lot of this is driven by your British empire and imperialism, and development of education through that.
Right.
But and then that, so the entire narrative of the Western world is from the British Empire, and is or a delineation of it. And so, in the same way that, at least when I was taught in U.S. history, Columbus was the first to discover the Americas, and they don't even acknowledge, like, Leif Erikson is a footnote in the textbook, and which is insane when you actually study the impact of the Vikings on the Western Hemisphere. But yeah, a lot of the maps that are dating back to like the 1500, like at least 1500 years old, also talk about like redheaded guys coming to the North Americas and teaching them how to grow different plants and find food, and then leaving them alone. Yeah.
Crazy. Yeah. It's there's got to be something there. And yes, Liv, you can just go to Google Images and look up
Oh yeah, I already did.
Yeah. It's very odd. And there's a bunch of scientists who are like, it's not a complicated shape. Peaks like that are super common in mountain ranges. Just don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Like,
interesting.
Perfectly flat sides.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
that's
like,
really weird.
Again, like, why
Yeah, I'm
are
looking at
we? Why are you causing? And there's a couple of pictures, and there's like 3 of them next to each other. I don't know. It's freaking weird. It's like, yeah, perfectly something. What other ancient technologies? There was this super cool computer found on a Greek ship. It's like a mechanical computer. They didn't really know what it was. Still, like, kind of don't.
Yeah.
Yeah. So overall, I think there were multiple advanced civilizations. Again, that doesn't mean the internet and Teslas. That just means that they're far more advanced than we know them to be in that age. And it could mean that in some ways they were more advanced than us. Maybe they knew something about physics that we don't. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Nobody knows. And very few people are willing to ask the question. And the ones that do are just ostracized and called a crazy person, and their accolades and PhDs and stuff are like taken away, and they're just put in a corner. And now it's time to just go back to the same old, stop asking questions.
Yep.
Crazy. That's my last one.
Wild.
I have an honorable mention. I won't go into the details, but it's that Jeffrey Epstein was a CIA implant to try and control rich people.
Okay. Here's I didn't talk about it. Well, I briefly mentioned it. And this is my honorable mention, is MK Ultra didn't stop. And Jeffrey Epstein's part of the modern day MK Ultra.
Boom. I believe it. I'm here for it. All right. Well, that is officially our longest episode.
And if we didn't even really spend that much time getting into the weeds on these.
Oh yeah,
I know,
there's so
conspiracy
much more.
theories can, suck you in.
We should have another episode with just conspiracy theories, and we'll do another 4 hours.
You can do like a different. You can do different types of conspiracy theories and categorize them that way.
Yeah.
if anyone listening wants to talk about them, I'm always open to talking about conspiracy theories and have so many opinions on this.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You hear that, boys? She's trying to be a homemaker and she's into conspiracy theories. So get into her DMs.
Okay, let's not do that.
Shout out to SORIAH's DMs.
Let's there. Nope. Those.
Yeah. Jeez. All right.
Classic.
Well, it is officially 2 minutes till midnight in Texas. Good thing I don't have work tomorrow. But do you guys have anything else?
That wraps it up for me.
Same.
Heck yeah. All right. Well, if you guys listened to this whole thing, which I hope you did because we got into some good conspiracy theories, thank you for listening. Can't believe that was episode number 10.
And it was a banger. 4.5 hours.
Heck yeah. That deserves one of these.
Oh, really?
And that. And I think with that, barring anything else, we will catch you guys on the flippity flip.
See ya.
See ya.